my integrity, right? Um,
Yep.
and so one of the topics that we're talking about today is authenticity, because I've
Mm-hmm.
noticed how many people are searching for that and they're trying to figure out what it even means to be authentic. And so that is the discussion for today. Like, what does authenticity look like? What does it mean to you? Is it something outside of you? And so we're just gonna discuss like what comes up for you. Like for me, being in the personal development world, and I've gone through so many breakthroughs. And last night, I reverted back to my old self. I drank, and I become not the person that I choose to be, and my inhibitions and my biting tone, and and so then I get in self beat up, and there's shame and guilt around that. And all I wanted to do was to cancel this live, get in the whole victim story, allow the self beat up to get the best of me. And I was just like, no, not today. I get to show up because that was my commitment, right? I have a vision to share with the world. And this is what it looks like sometimes, right? We're real people that we look like we have it put together, but we don't have it all put together.
Right.
And and today, like I went back to my old self where I just avoid. I don't apologize. I don't take responsibility for my actions. And I sit there like I'm the victim when I was the one that created this scenario for myself. Um, and so like authentically, I was speaking my truth last night, but not as myself, right? Like what I was
Mm-hmm.
saying was true, but in the tone that I was delivering it was not in a loving, compassionate tone. So my words were falling deaf on people's ears because all they hear is this angry, hurt person talking at them, right? And that doesn't create connection. And all it does is create disconnect. And then I wonder why people don't understand me. And I get to be right that I'm not good enough. I get to be right that I suck, right? And those are all the things that starts to get us in our heads and we start to spiral. Like we're our own biggest critic and we start to spiral all on our own. We don't need anyone else to do it for us. And I luckily I have a circle of friends I can reach out to and talk to about it. Talk me off the ledge, for lack of better words, right? Because I was in self beat up in the moment of, oh my gosh, there's so much shame and guilt. Like how much shame and guilt do we carry around that stop us from showing up authentically, right? Do you have
Yeah.
a story you want to share that something happened recently where you
So,
felt?
so for me, it's like, I'm gonna take this out so I can hear myself. I feel like I'm yelling. So for me, it's like I think that when we are authentic, it comes from not having an agenda, and sometimes when we get really wrapped up in, the things that we need to do and, who we're here to serve, and especially when we have our businesses and stuff, we have this agenda of what it's, you know, maybe it's like the bullet points we need to get across. It's the fact that we are trying too hard to be something to someone or how we see fit for someone to, I guess, for us to enroll them, right? But once we have this agenda in our mind of what it's supposed to look like, how we're supposed to do this, how perfect it's supposed to be, or what we're supposed to talk about, then we lose our authenticity because we're trying to map out what this is really supposed to look like instead of just kind of being who we are in real and just saying, for me, I feel like when I'm teaching, I need to have those bullet points. I need to have a catalog of, okay, this is what I need to talk about. And if I don't have structure, I will lose myself and go off on a tangent. Like, I think a lot of people
Mhm.
do, right? And so I write a script and I read from the script, but I'm not authentic when I read that script, even though I wrote it. right? But it's
Hmm.
because I have this agenda and I'm afraid that I'm going to lose my train of thought if I don't follow the script, right? So nobody
Interesting.
sees your authentic self in that regards because you're not just talking. But I feel like I can't do that sometimes because I'm like, if I just start talking, I'm going to be here for an hour and nothing's going to be accomplished because I'll just completely talk about something so random and I'm going to lose everybody because they're not like, I'm not actually talking about what I'm supposed to be here to talk about because I don't have an agenda. So it's a circle, right?
And I
So I
think,
think
I
it's
think
really
I love what
hard
you're
to
saying.
master it.
Yeah, I love what you're saying. And what landed for me was lack of vision,
You want one? Yes.
right? When we
Yes.
have lack of vision of where we want the conversation to go, the outcome that we want, we can. And I know for
Yep.
me, as a woman, I like to just and then one thing will lead to another. And then I realize, oh my gosh, I completely forgot my point. What was my point even to bring up the
Yes.
story? Yes. So
Right.
I hear you. And it's because for me, I think in the moment it's like, well, I didn't have a vision for what it
Yes.
was that the message I wanted to land.
Right.
How
And
about for
so
you,
like
Patrick? No, go ahead, finish, Kaylee. Sorry.
oh no, I was gonna say like when I'm talking to people, I don't see myself, right? So it's easier for me to get across like in person and I can be my authentic self because I'm not in my way. But when I'm in
Mm.
a Zoom like this, or I have to do a Facebook Live, or we have to do our homework and we have to post it, I'm staring at myself and I'm like, this is so awkward. Like, and then I distract my own self. And then I'm not authentic anymore because I'm just like, what the shit am I doing? You know? And then, you know, it's just, yeah, it's really difficult. So that's the one thing I've learned that I have to practice with is being comfortable seeing myself and not distracting myself, and then being able to talk to the audience with myself included. So
Mm.
it's really weird.
So what do you think is underneath that? That what distracts you when you
Um,
look at yourself? Is there a story that you say that you have?
no, I just think it's no, and it could be just random. It could just be the fact that, you know, am I talking too much with my hands? Am I doing this? Like what's going on in the background? You know, I don't know. I feel like, you know, I can't I don't know. It's like I am trying to talk to you guys, right? But whatever's happening in my, and maybe it's just because I'm talking. I have to, because the movement is what it's like squirrel, you know, and wherever there's movement, I'm looking at, right? So if it's me that's moving, I, you know, see myself and then it's like, what was I talking about? It just totally, you know, so I do that all the time. It's really funny.
I see.
Yeah,
Well, it sounds, yeah, it sounds to me a little critical of ourselves too, right? Because it's like, oh, how am I looking?
Yeah.
And how am I doing too much of this? And what did I just say? And did it like, oh my gosh, I didn't mean to say that. And you know, the what I find interesting about authenticity is to come out and just say it, claim it, call it out.
Hmm.
The elephant's there, everybody sees it.
huh.
So just call it out and be like, you know what? I
Hmm.
totally lost my train of thought of what I was saying. I really had the intention and I got distracted or whatever that is, right? Like I'm looking at myself and I'm totally distracted because I'm judging myself, right? How many times do we judge ourselves and we stop
Oh, for
because we're
sure.
worried how we're going to look?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say,
Hmm.
Margarita. I was like, it's judgment, it's being judgment and being like concerned, or we're like, how do I look? How do I sound? How do I And then like when that happens, then we're like, we're in that judgment, and then we're like, and then we're disconnected from our true authentic self. And then we're like, we're trying to be up here in the mind, trying to like analyze and think about, oh, I should say this, I should do this. It's like, no, just let go of that, man. Like just let go of that and like surrender to the love within yourself and just be authentic. And if you say something you don't, it might sound they don't like or whatnot. It is what it is, you know, like okay, well then you can learn from there, like reflect on that and like just keep on going. Like just be authentic, you know, be authentic, be you.
And I feel like it's we as children, right? We start hearing other people's criticism of us. And a lot of that, and I'm realizing now as an adult, it was them
Mhm.
reflecting their insecurities and their judgment on me as a child. But what that did for me was it started to put up the walls and say, well, I can't be myself because I'm not good enough. And so then you forget even who you are anymore. And you start asking, like, what is it that I want? Who am I? right? And that's one of the things that I got really curious about is like, what is it that I even want anymore? Is it the same thing that I wanted when I was a kid? Yeah, first of all, it is, right? Because that's like authentic. When you're 8 years old, you just know what you want to do. You know your purpose for the world. And somewhere along the lines in the way, you start to forget, or you say, maybe that's not for me. I'm not good enough for that. And I'm realizing during this work of personal development how little intimacy I have with myself,
Mm.
how little of a 10 out of, I don't have a 10 out of 10 relationship with me. And I started asking other people and realizing that there's very few people who feel like they have a 10 out of 10. And even when you're a 10 out of 10, there's no room for growth anymore. You're capping yourself. Like, what's next? Like, so it should not be the goal to be a 10 out of 10. I'm realizing it's like, yeah, I get to have room for improvement. I get to have room to do more. And being in different rooms where I get to speak with people like you who are all like-minded, also doing the work, it really is about here. Before you can change anything out here, you gotta go in here, figure out who it is that you want. And I'm realizing that when I show up authentically in my truth, my experience of people and how they're showing up has shifted. Like I'm getting apologies, I'm getting people to be yeses, and I'm like, wow, I did that because I stayed in my truth and I was grounded in being compassionate, not about being right. And I've also learned that too is about choosing the relationship over being right. And for me, like choosing to have grace after my mishap last night is allowing me to not get in self beat up spiral and then get in the whole you're right, you're suck, you're never going to do it right, because that's what people are saying to me. I don't need to say it to myself, right? I get to be like, wow, I'm human, and getting curious as to what the trigger was for me.
Okay,
And
if
that's
people
where
are
I can
telling you that,
shift.
Margarita, you're no longer allowed to hang out with them.
Yeah, I guess yeah, it would be hard to say goodbye to my husband.
You just tell him, hey, listen here.
It's
Oh,
usually those intimate relationships where you show up in your worst, right? You show up in the ways
Mhm.
of being that you're not proud of, and because you love I always I see my daughter and my son, they act out in front of me, right? But everybody else is like, your children are amazing, they're so well behaved, they're so polite, and I'm like, great, I'm glad they're showing up for you that way. I've done something right, because they suck at my house. They
Mhm.
drive me crazy on purpose. They don't suck, of course. They're amazing. And they get to be who they want to be because they know I'm always going to love them no matter what. Right. And sometimes for me, what I was
Yep.
realizing I was doing is self-sabotage. Like, do you really love me, husband? Do you really love me? You're going to stay with me no matter what? Like, because this is how I'm showing up for you. And I'm sucking at being the support, like self-sabotage, because I'm like, I'm not good enough to have a marriage that lasts. So how can I F it up?
yeah.
Right.
I totally feel you on all that, Margarita. Like that's the same thing with me with my rackets up there. Just always like, oh, so much self beat up in every single way. Like always trying to like tear me down and compare me to others. And like you're not that good. You're not this good. It's like what? It's like trying to pull me down and stuff. And it's like it just takes us like choosing ourselves, man. Like actually and actually like having gratitude and forgiveness, right? Like if we messed up like last night or whatever, we messed up like okay, like I forgive you, man. I know, like I see it and I have clarity and whatnot, and like and be able to accept ourselves for all of our rackets and everything, and be like, I love you too, man. I love you too, and just don't lose enthusiasm. Just keep on going. It's a battle, but it's only a battle if we focus on it being a battle. But if we just like, yep, okay, you are you the way you are, all right, and then we just accept it, then we're able to like forgive ourselves and accept ourselves and like be our true authentic selves. Like just live life, man. Like I'm gonna be this way. Oh, you don't like me? All right, whatever.
Yeah, I think being uh in these rooms where you're forced to really go deep and go in, and we share like what is our racket, as you put it. I realized how alike I am. Like everything, every time somebody would share something, right? Their limiting belief, I'm like, oh, that's just like me. Oh, that's just like me. And then I realized that there were 40 people in the room. I'm just like them. I'm just like all of them. And we always find ourselves comparing. Well, I'm not that person. That person's better. That person's more um, popular. That person's smarter than me. That person's, has more talent than I do. And it's so funny because these people are comparing themselves to you, to me, right? And they're saying those things. So it's interesting how we think that we are alone in this journey, but we're so alike and we're all just carrying around our fears, wanting to be seen and heard, right? And the rackets are us trying to pay attention. Negative attention is any attention right now.
Yep.
Just like a child. A child is like, I'll get either positive or negative attention, but either way, I'm going to get attention. And so I think the holidays being with family and traveling brings up a lot of insecurities. It brings up a lot of old wounds. It brings up like moments of like, oh my gosh, I have to be in my best, right? Because when you're with I'm with my in-laws, and it's just like I get to be like, but I'm showing up as me, and it's ruffling feathers
Mhm.
because I think differently because I question, right? I get curious about why people feel a certain way and why they're so closed off to believing that. It's like, hey, how are you going to create love and connection if you're so closed off to this belief that you feel so strongly? Because now you're ostracizing me, or you're making me feel wrong for how I feel about this, right? And so after a while, it's just like, okay, well, I get to choose the relationship over being right because I don't need to be heard that much anymore. I'm just like, okay, great. I said what I said and I love you.
Mm.
And that's how I walk away now. It's like, I love you,
Beautiful.
you know? And so like what are some of the things that you guys do to and like support yourself for the holidays in staying grounded in your authenticity and your truth or in your peace? Is there any
I
things
would
that you guys specifically do?
Yeah, I would say I just like I always try to like I was do I do I do I have the conscious discernment between like whatever the rackets, I call them, like more like the false self or the weasel, the monkey mind trying to like make me do whatever, and it's like forceful of whatever. And I see that and I have awareness of that, and then I decide to choose myself and let myself know why, like I have gratitude for myself, and like, man, I'm able to walk and talk and breathe and stuff still. I'm able to still live, and like, my story, and like I choose myself. I choose myself, and like I love myself for why the reasons I love myself, for actually having the courage to come on here on video with you guys and just and speak and like help others and serve and share with the world. It's like, oh, I love you for that. So I really show myself that love and support, and really like I speak it out loud in the now. So I don't let my mind try to. No, I speak out loud in the now. I do a lot of mirror mantras. I have a mirror right here in my living room. Right across my couch. So like literally when I sit down on my couch, the mirror is right there. So I'm literally looking at myself. So anytime like I'm like, oh, there you are, there you are. And like
Mm-hmm.
to reaffirm to myself, and then why I love myself. Essentially, I have a huge list of different things and different bullet points or whatever why I love myself. And I consistently to like just choose myself and like encourage myself to be a chooser, and like why I'm here and like choosing life like right now as it is, like how it is, not like because my mind likes to project outwards, like, oh, I can think 100 steps from now. It's like, oh, you could be here and create this and do this and do whatever, but like that creates anxiety, disconnects me from the present moment. So I'm like, no, no, no. I'm happy right now for the roof over my head, for this air I'm able to breathe, for these plants are able to give me oxygen. Like I'm able to support myself, and like why I choose myself. So really, like I'm kind of like going on a tangent here, but basically, like to choose myself, and why those reasons are I choose myself.
I love that. Is there anything you do, Kayleen?
I was gonna say not specifically during the holidays. I think this is our time that, the kids are off of school. We always take a break. We always usually leave like the week before Christmas, but we always try to be home. The kids hate being away from the house on Christmas Day. We went to so my husband's parents live in Norway, and so we went to Norway for Christmas in 2019. And so, Santa visited uh, the grandparents' house, but we couldn't take all the presents home with us. And then so his parents were supposed to bring the presents with them when they came, and COVID happened and they never came. So the kids are like, no, we have to be home for Christmas Day. But it's really just about them, so we just do, all this stuff just around um, them and make it special for them. And, I know that like I'm pretty much like my husband hates to decorate, but I will decorate, every square inch of the house, so it is stressful and it does suck taking it all down. But we really just kind of take the 2 weeks off and just do like this is our rest period because we're so busy during the school year and summer. So this is like a nice break to just hang out with our neighbors. Or, you know, um, my parents live about to keep it very simple. Simple. Just don't go crazy because otherwise it is stressful, and the simpler it is, the more happy we are.
I love that. Keep it simple because I think
Mhm.
everybody tries to do everything, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I
And
mean, there's no
that's and
sense in going crazy and doing all the things because nothing's ever perfect. And like every year we usually have a big Christmas party before we go on vacation. This year we just didn't do it because my son plays hockey, so we were not home. We were at a hockey tournament, but we have, I don't know, like 100 people come over to the house, and of course the house has to be perfect, and we have to have the caterers, and sometimes we don't, and then I cook everything, and it's crazy, and then so it's so like we make so but over the years I've learned to just what, if it happens it happens, if it doesn't it doesn't, no big deal. The important part is that everybody's going to come over and we're going to have a good time, so who cares if this doesn't happen or if this doesn't show up or whatever. Like I don't really care what the house looks like. Everybody's house is a mess during the holidays. So yeah, so we've gotten it down to like where just keep it super simple and not to worry about the small details. It's not worth it. Nobody
I will
sees it
definitely
anyway.
I will definitely be taking a page off of your book for that. Keeping it simple. Um, or
Yeah.
complicating things, making it harder than it is, right? Like you said, Patrick, when you think too in the future, we get overwhelmed, right? Because it's like, oh, there's all these steps that have to happen before that happens, and you get overwhelmed, right? So reminding yourself in the present now is now where you have, and then reminding yourself so all the things that you're blessed and why and being grateful for that. And I love that, it's simple and so
Mhm.
effective, and yet it's something that we don't do. And we also don't do it for others who we know are struggling, right? We get uncomfortable with wanting to get in the uncomfortable conversation with someone who's struggling. Maybe they're grieving or they're depressed. I was depressed for a while, and I found myself not hanging out with my friends, not calling my friends. And I can only imagine what they thought. They were like, oh, this righteous bee, like she thinks she's better than us. She stopped calling. I'm like, no, I was like, didn't feel good enough to be your friend. I didn't feel like I was worthy because I was putting you down. I was bringing you down somehow. Right. And those are the moments when you go, hey, I've noticed you haven't been around. Is everything okay? How are you? I'm here for you if you want to talk. I love you. I see you. And just like you, I also have insecurities. I also have pain. I also, you know what I mean? Like I talked to my friend today, and she said, like, how does support look like for you anyway, when you want support, because I drank last night, and I was a month and a half, like completely clean and honest, sobriety. And I was like, I don't even know what that looks like. right? Because for me, it was like, what does it look like? Maybe just talking to distract the thought of wanting a drink. So just being there as a distraction for someone, being something that they can look forward to and take their mind off of whatever they're struggling. So at the holidays is the time when I'm like, wow, I didn't realize how many people are suffering out there and how little I do to create impact and show up for them. Like I would have wanted somebody to show up for me, but I realized I started showing up for myself, and that's when the healing really started. No one can fix me but me. No one can make those choices but me. And it took having and recognizing I had a self-worth issue. So when I started giving myself gratitude for understanding I have value, I am great, I am worthy. That story is not mine. That unworthy story was not mine. And so I reclaimed my life. I reclaimed me. And that was when the healing started. That's why I was been able to be sober for a month and a half. And so now I have grace with myself. I'm not going to have self beat up. I did for a minute, right? Where I was just like, oh my gosh, here I am. I suck. I can't. Why is it that I can't say no?
But I think though, Marita, that sometimes to do that, it is healthy. I think it is a self-cleansing thing. And I think that we're allowed to have those moments, even though, the next day we're like, why did I do that? Or question it or whatever. I think it's super healthy though to do that sometimes, because if we didn't, I don't know, we might, I don't
No
know, it
room for
might get
growth.
worse later or have yes, right? So I think every now and then it's totally okay, and then we shouldn't beat ourselves up because we did it, you know. We're allowed those moments of self-pity, I think. I think that it's
Yeah.
allowed. And I think we get to do whatever we want. But the important part is to acknowledge it and say, okay, I'm gonna put my big girl panties on and it's time to rock and roll, and get over it, right? And
Yes.
so that's the moment where you know that you can come out from over that, right? And you don't stay in that spot. But I do think we're
Yes.
allowed to have those moments. So it's
Yes. And that's
okay.
exactly what I did. I did the check-in and I said, I had the self-pity, I had the whole like, oh my gosh. And then I was like, okay, well, now I'm getting curious as to what was my trigger, like how, like, and really seeing the prices that I paid and really get grounding myself in what those prices were, right? And what was the payoff that I had for showing up that way? The payoff was that I get to be right. And it's a painful payoff because I don't want to be right about not being good enough because I know that's not true anymore. Up until now, I was feeling all those things. And so grounding in the vision for who you are and who you want to show up as is what's getting me moving forward. Like it's helping me because I know that I'm human and I make mistakes. It doesn't make me a bad person,
Definitely.
right?
Let me say a quick mantra just that aligns
Yes.
perfectly with this. So mantra, affirmation, whatever, is I shine brighter than I know, no matter my thoughts or feelings that come and go.
Mm.
So if we feel this way, if we think we hear this and we feel this way, it's like I shine brighter than I know. No matter these feelings or thoughts that come and go, just let them go. So we 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 be the chooser of life instead of like whatever are happening in our subconscious or past stories that try to control us. Like, no, I choose me. I choose me to align more, to stand, to be more grounded, to choose us and to actually like go the way we want to go and not like listen to whatever and do this and then like have like shame, blame, and beat up and like, oh, I'm worthless or whatever. Cause oh yeah, I feel that totally. Like if I agree with that or I fall down, I'm like, oh, like, oh, I'm worthless, I'm whatever. Then another one, a small one that I like to say is that when I like start feeling that way and I start trying to listen to those rackets, those whatever, this blame, I'm like, acceptance is love, man. Acceptance is love. And then that in itself allows me to surrender and like let go and not have so much beat up on myself and be like, it's a new day for a new way, man. I'm choosing to go forward. And then I let go of that, able to surrender, I guess we'll say.
I love that you presenced the acceptance because that's huge. Accepting yourself for all your imperfections gives you power. And
Absolutely.
I know, Kayleen, you have a great story to share too about like uh, how you came to yourself. Do you want to share about your story
Like starting from when?
from your cakes, champagne, and cup? I love your story of how you pivoted, right, and shifted to something that aligned with your truth.
Yeah, it was really wild. Well, I don't know. So for me, it's one of those, like, I feel like I laugh all the time. I laugh about like just, I'll be 44 here in a couple months. And, it's like I still don't know what I want to be when I grow up. I haven't figured this out, right? But I have my master's in marketing and finance, and I was in oil and gas for a number of years. I'm really good, like, at the financial models and, in sales and marketing. And so, in 2016, the industry kind of tanked a little bit. So I actually, um, pretty much, at the time they were offering like voluntary layoffs and whatnot and packages for leaving or being laid off at that time. So, um, I think that I had made my decision when they asked me. I had 5 departments, about 35 people underneath me, and they asked me to let go of the first person in my group, was a 7-month pregnant person, and I was like, nope, not happening, not doing it. So and so I decided to take the leave because everybody could keep their jobs with my salary. And so in turn, they did that. And for the most part, everybody's still there, which is awesome, maybe minus a couple people. So I feel like I did a really good thing. And then I took that and then for another couple years. And then so I had this idea. Well, a coworker of mine put this bug in my ear about doing a bakery, and I had done a financial model for him. And anyways, me and my husband always talk about opening, restaurants here or there or whatnot. So he was behind, he's like, yeah, do it, go for it. And then so we did, we opened up this like cupcake and champagne bar, and I knew nothing about either of those. And so it took me like 8 months to learn how to bake. And but I wanted to be able to be the person who came up with everything, who knew how to do it, because I'm the kind of worker that, I need to fill in if somebody's not there. I need to be able to, be able to do all the things and then be able to teach it how I want to be able to teach it. And I wanted a really great culture of fun and, teach these kids, because I was going from having employees that were, college graduates, making $75,000, $80,000 a year, to maybe I've got, no college students or high school dropouts or still in high school. And these are my, new employees. So I wanted to create an environment where I was teaching them too about, what to take to their next job, because I wanted them to learn responsibility and how to, I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, to take something with them to their next job. And so, because your people are never for your forever people, people come and go all the time, but you have to be able to plug and play these people and be able to teach them the same thing so the same job is done. And so anyway, so I started this bakery. We did really, really awesome the first year, and then COVID hit, and then it was a nightmare. And then Margarita, like you, I think that day, I think the day that it happened and we closed, I was like, well, we should probably just drink all the open bottles, because like it's all going to go to waste anyway. And I'm going to throw my own pity party. And it was not a good moment. Um, so I think that was just I don't know. I think that was one of like my lowest points too of just not knowing what the future was going to happen and what I was supposed to do with, because I had asked our landlord, to see if we could cut the rent at least while it was closed. And then like maybe I would pay it, but put it on the back end of, the last year or so. And they said no. So I was literally paying like $25,000 a month and not being in business. And I still paid all my employees the whole time. So it was bad. And so, I had to figure out how to like get it back on track and how to come up with being more strategic and coming up with new marketing tactics. And anyways, eventually it took a while, but yeah, I got to sell it last December and walk away and, it's still open. So I didn't have to shut it down. I didn't have to, close it on my own terms. I was able to just, keep it going for somebody else. But yeah, so now I'm just trying to, maybe teach other business owners now what I did so that they know what, implement in their own businesses. So I'm teaching about that tonight.
Yay. No,
So if you
I
guys are
do love
coming,
how I do love how your ways of being were so, your heart. I could hear your heart, I mean, you left your job so that other people can keep their job. First of all, that's so noble of you. And
thanks.
like I love that you were rigorous, it sounds like, and you were just like, I'm gonna find a way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
find a
I
way to
felt like
make
I
this
didn't have an
happen.
option. Yeah, so it was like one of our so I had like six values, and one of our values for that company was grow or die. So, and everybody loved it. That's the only one everybody could remember. But it's true. You're either growing and you're learning more, or you just become obsolete and you don't grow. So that's kind of my thing.
Yeah, and so what I'm hearing you saying is that through the challenges is where growth happens, is where it lives. Because
Yes.
when we're comfortable and we're okay with everything, there's no room for growth there, right? Because you're just like, well, everything's
No.
perfect,
Yeah. But it may not be. You might think it is, but in
right?
reality, it's not, and
Yeah.
you're not ready for the next level that may come or mishap, you know. Anything can shake up your reality,
Yeah, we're
just got to be ready for it.
cowering down in our comfort zone, our little box, and just be like, oh, it's
Hmm.
comfortable right here. I'm gonna stay right here because I'm good. It's like
Yeah. You
step
won't be
out of
there for
there,
long.
man. There's life to live. Live it, dude. Like
Yeah.
live it. Like, like the universe rewards the brave. Step out, man.
Hmm.
You want to like grow and expand. It's like being uncomfortable is like where your growth happens. Absolutely. Like it's where
Right. And then you face the people that don't really want to, they don't see the need to or the value to. But what happens to those is that things like COVID happen, things that are not um or things that are out of people's control, that's what's gonna shake things up for those people. And they're either, yeah, so
The
they
universe
may be
has a
comfortable,
way,
but to get
the
you out of your
universe
comfort zone,
has
right?
a way to get in your face and going, hey, not on your path. Hey, you're, it's like it has a way of showing up to wake you up and be like, hey,
Uh-huh.
what is it? And so, like Patrick, your story is of a miracle story, and I think that uh, there's value there. Like when you shared the story with me the other day, and I was just like, oh my gosh, that's your. For me, I felt right, like, oh my God, how many people can be helped to have hope, or even the people who are taking care of others, who to give them hope, give them um, I don't know, like tips of the ways of being that got you to where you are today, right?
yeah, absolutely. I totally feel for you. And to just bounce off to reflect off Kathleen last thing she said, like um let thy triggers be thy guides. I think you might have said that too. Like basically just like the only way out is through, move through them, like be vulnerable and like and like whatever. And like and a lot of people, kind of like what you're saying too, Margarita, a lot of people they fall down and they're like, oh, that made me, that was painful. It made me like, sweaty, and I felt uncomfortable. So I'm gonna stay in my little box. I'm gonna stay in my comfort zone. It's like, no, dude, keep doing it. Like, you can't like learn how to ride a bike by getting up there one time and falling over as a kid and be like, oh, that hurt. I'm not gonna do it again. No, you got to get up and keep trying to do it over and over again. Like, eventually you'll figure it out and you'll be like on your phone eating a cheeseburger or something, be like, I used to be able to not ride a bike. You're riding a bike at the same time. Like, what? I couldn't believe I almost stopped doing this. It's like, so yeah, definitely. It's about just being bold, man, being bold and like just leading the way and just doing it anyways. Just who cares what people say if they judge you and they make fun of you or whatever. Like, that's their own garbage. That's their own stuff in their own way. Like, let them be them and you be you. And like, choose life. Um, yeah, definitely. I just want to say it a little bit.
Yeah, I love that. I love it's one of the things that I am now realizing that it's when that uncomfortable, it, that veil or whatever, it almost feels like it's a veil. Like I'm feeling triggered, I'm feeling uncomfortable. And my mentor, my coaches all say like that is where your next cut is just through that because it's you trying to keep you safe and keeping you in your pattern, keeping you in your box, like you said, Patrick. And so it's trying to keep you safe. And that's why you start to get uncomfortable because you don't know what's on the other side, what it looks like. And when you push through, you're like, oh my gosh, wow, why was I freaked out for so long? Like if I would have just gone through, I would have done this 20 years ago. 20 years ago of time lost because I wanted to stay in my box, stay mediocre, and not play full out and not get uncomfortable.
Yep.
Yeah. Uncomfortableness. Sometimes just sitting in it, just sitting in it and going, okay, what's coming up for me? What's the truth?
Yeah.
Am I in danger? Like, why am I feeling like there's danger when I know there's no danger? I'm not, my life is not at risk for doing this thing. And
Yeah.
a lot of the time it's just showing up as you in your truth. And we're so scared to be judged and criticized.
Yeah, that brings up a story for me actually, Margarita, that like, so after my near-death experience when I was trying to relearn who I was trying to remember who I was. And like I ran my animal farm before that, an 8-acre animal farm, hobby farm where I was breeding and slaughtering animals. And like I was totally disconnected, like thinking like that's where whatever. Anyways, and after my near-death experience, what's up, Jordan? After my near-death experience, I was reflecting upon just my life and how I was being, because I was being like very reactional, like jump how high, like I'm like I'm like totally in my mind trying to like listen to everyone else, what everyone else is doing. I'm like, this is what you got to do. I'm like, no, man, I can be me, and like, and so I thought back to one of these pigs I had to slaughter, and like it made me feel like kind of compassion. I felt emotional. I'm like, oh, and me as a man, like we're men are taught, don't cry, don't have any emotion, stop being a baby. Like it's like grow up. It's like what? Like we can't feel our emotions. Like it's like man, like so. I was remembering this pig that I had to take out, and I'm like, and all of me wanted to escape that thought. I was like, oh yeah, we have to eat animals, we have to do whatever. And I like kept trying to like run away from it. But I was like, one thing that I really started doing was is that pain is a roadmap to the clarity within. And it takes facing that pain and sitting in it to actually understand what it is that we're feeling. Like, what is this? And like through me realizing that, I'm like, yeah, I felt bad about killing that pig. I'm like, yeah, I went out there every day, took care of her and everything. And like I felt compassion for her, and they're very, very intelligent. So I'm like, okay. I'm like, well, I won't kill animals anymore. Then I won't do that anymore. And then I'm like, but wait a minute. If I buy a steak, I'm paying the hitman at the store to kill the animal for me. I'm like, man, I'm like, how do I not kill animals? So for 6 years now, I've been plant-based. I don't call myself vegan, but I dropped that label a while ago because I'm like, that creates more division. I'm like, no. But so I'm just saying, like, that's where I stand. But I'm not in a place to be like, oh, where I was, but how vegan a lot of vegans are like, oh, you eat animals, you do this, you're bad, you're whatever. Like, you do you, I'm gonna do me. Like, but so yeah, I can relate to that what you're saying there.
Yes, thank you. Hi, Jordan. So beautiful. I love your backdrop.
Thank you.
You're
Yes, like it's just
fabulous.
joyful snowman. So
Mhm.
very
Love
festive for
it.
the holidays.
Yes. So I did you get a chance to find out if Angelica's coming? I haven't looked at my phone.
Yeah, I hadn't had an update since she let us know this morning. So I'm holding out hope, but
All right.
we just get to go. And if she's able to jump on, then we'll enjoy her
Beautiful.
company.
Yeah, so Jordan was the one that talked about wanting having something in her heart coming home to you, coming home, but to yourself. And I was like, I love that. I'm gonna run with that one. So thank you for that because for me, coming home means a lot of stuff, right? Coming to the holiday at the holidays, coming home, and then like the stuff that comes up with that. But I loved coming home to you because we were just talking earlier about how when I started going inward, I realized how little intimacy I had with myself, how little of a relationship and love that I was pouring to myself. And I kept wondering why I was experiencing um, disconnect from love, right? Because I was like, well, I can't show up in love if I don't love myself. It's not authentic,
Yeah.
right? So I just wanted to invite you to share what was in your heart around this topic for you and what it looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. When I think about the holidays, I always think, like home for the holidays, we're coming home for the holidays. It's a big thing, that people say. And we love family and connection, yes. But then I'm like, well, wouldn't it be like, what's the best gift of all? Yes, you to your family and the world, but coming home to you, right? How powerful of a gift that we can give not only everyone we come in contact with, but ourselves. And just like me, Margarita, I spent the majority of my life running from myself and not wanting to look inward, right? And be vulnerable and deal with what was in there. I think when I was young, I had a lot of experiences with really big emotions. And when I was little, for me, like what I learned was, oh, this is scary, right? Like these emotions are scary. So let's not look inside. Let's just cover that up and ignore it, right? And avoid it. And so I lived the majority of my life doing just that. But it's all still in there, right? Whether I choose to consciously acknowledge it and deal with it or not, it's still inside. And so it was coming out in less than productive ways, shall we say, in my life, and in just different relationships. And so, again, not really knowing though, or being aware of that. And it was about, I don't know, maybe not quite since the last holiday season for me, but early in the first part of this year, I remember starting this journey of intimacy with myself, like looking in to see what is there. And initially, those strong feelings came up, and it's just like, oh, I'm gonna run and hide, like tuck my tail, run, avoid, like let's not go there. And then I was like, okay, I am safe, and learning how to talk to myself, my mind, to say, like, okay, like I am clearly in a very safe space, right? Like I picked my favorite spot in the house. Like I got my stuffed animal, that I can snug. Yes, Patrick, you get it. Right. And I'm just like creating this safe environment and just telling my mind, like, I'm safe. Like, can we just look inside a little bit? Can you trust me enough? Just like I got you, like, let's go there. And so, yes, practicing that throughout this year and it's a practice
Mhm.
because like I said, it was super uncomfortable and sometimes it still really is. Um, but it was fascinating to me. Something else that's really been coming up for me in the last several weeks, specifically around this topic, are, this idea of, when we come home to ourselves, like, what does that mean? And I know you're on the topic too of authenticity, right? And what does that really mean? And how do we know when we're in our authentic self? And I was listening to a speaker 2 weeks ago, and he was sharing what he's discovered. And he's like a therapist, and he does a lot of training and healing work and that. And he was saying our authentic self, there are three things our authentic self is. And then we crave that still to this day. And he said the first is safety. Like, we all humans, we have that in common, like this strong need to feel safe. And then he said, we all also have a strong need to feel connected with ourselves, connected with other people. Like, we're social creatures, of course. And then we all also have this strong need for worthiness, right? Like self-worth, value. And he said, when we're young, we feel those things naturally, right? I mean, you look at like a little kid, if you're a parent, you remember when your kids were tiny and they're just like being themselves and like happy to play and invite others to play with them for, like connection and, no sense that they were unsafe, right? I mean, they just wander about everywhere and anywhere and like put anything in their mouth. Okay. Like they have no concept that they're not safe. And they don't even question, like, am I good, bad? Am I right, wrong? Like, that doesn't even cross the mind of a child. And so through the things that happen to us, we make up these meanings. And then he was explaining how these meanings, these little traumas in our life, like not big T trauma, but just little traumas, as we grow up, this running from self, right? This disconnect with our authentic self, to know that we're safe, to know we're connected, to know that we're worthy, is our traumas, our negative stories, our negative interpretations grown up. And I was like, oh, gotta think on that. That's really powerful. I think that's true, at least in my life and experience. And so then that led me to the concept of, okay, so then if that's true, we've been running from our authentic self our whole life, right? Like running away. And so the best gift we can give ourselves this holiday season is coming home to us, because only we are able to really meet those deep needs of safety, of connection, and of self-worth. Like, if we are seeking to create those or find those in others, other things, other people, right, that's very rocky ground. That's very unstable. And so, yes, taking the time to go inward and look and explore, okay, how do I get to create safety? How do I get to create connection? How do I get to create worthiness? Yeah. So to me, that's the best gift we can give ourselves this season, working on those three things.
I love that. And one thing that came up for me was like how it looks, right? Because you said it, how do you get intimate with yourself? How do you get past the point of the self beat up? Because our talk when I first started going in, I was so critical and judgmental, and I was like, everybody's right, I'm horrible. Oh my gosh. So is there any advice or anything that you want to talk about that helped you process
Yeah,
going through?
that's such a beautiful question, because that is real, authentic, right, to each of us, right? That's our own experiences. Me too. Me too. And for me, what I noticed, this is fascinating to me. I did some study. I'm a life science nerd. I'm just going to confess to your audience, okay? I'm a life science nerd. Anything like biological, I love. Any psychology, I love. Okay, all this stuff. So years ago, I had studied like this kind of inner psyche, and there are more than this, but all of us innately have kind of three inner characters, if you will, that are just part of our life, and they're there for protection. Like they are there to keep us safe. But we get to tune in to what they sound like. So what I heard you say, and me too, when I go quiet initially in my mind, my inner critic, oh man, she's got lots to say. She's got lots to say, and it's not very uplifting. It's very critical. Inner critic, right? It's the right word. And usually her voice is around like blame or guilt or shame. Like you said, oh, Jordan, you're not good enough. Oh, you messed up again. Oh, no one will ever love you. Or, like all the negative statements. And so when you go quiet for the first time, for me at least, that voice was right there and it was so uncomfortable. I was like, okay, I cannot do this. Like, I can't even meditate for 60 seconds. Like, I can't just sit in silence because I just hear her. And it's so scary. And so then, though, getting curious, like, well, where did she come from? And for me, what I've learned, I think all of us too, right, is when we're little, like I said, we have no concept. We think we're totally safe, totally connected, totally worthy. And then what happens? Well, life happens, right? And we may have some interactions with our parents or siblings, or we go to school. And then all of a sudden there's this like social construct that comes in and teaches us, oh, we get rewarded when we act XYZ. We get punished when we act XYZ. So the critic was developed in us to say, oh, don't do this because then you will get connection, then you will get safety, then you will be worthy. So that's where the critic came from. So we get to love our critic and thank them, even though they don't serve us anymore. Okay, so that's one. So then this is something else that's really interesting. So that's the first one. The second one in our minds, and you may hear this too as your inner dialogue runs, and that's our defender, right? Our inner defender. And they're like superhero, right, to the rescue of us, which is beautiful. We get to thank them, even though they're not always helping us, really. And so this would be a case where, usually around like the connection and the safety. And so if those things are threatened, or your worthiness, your defender is going to come to the table and say, well, you don't need to spend time, with Susan anymore because she took your toy on the playground and you don't want a friend like that. Like, no, you're worth more. So that's like your defender. Okay. And then inside all of us, though, what's that inner critic and the defender protecting? Because they're protecting something, right? And so they're protecting the child in us. And not just the inner child that's authentic, right? That was safe, connected, and worthy, but now the wounded inner child. Okay, so when I go quiet initially, sometimes still even today, but when I first started this practice earlier this year, my inner critic was just, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, oh, I gotta get out of here. It's not safe. Okay. So then I coached my mind. I was like, okay, mind, I promise I'm safe. Like you've got your stuffed animal, you're in your cozy environment. It's all good. You're safe. So then what I noticed though is as I would sit with those thoughts, my defender would come up and almost defend against my own inner critic. So then there's this conflict between the two, right? My critic saying, oh, you're not good enough. You did this wrong. And your defender's like, well, they suck too. And it doesn't matter. And blah, blah. Okay. So it's just like this, dialogue in your head. And so what I got to do and practice, and so I'll invite anyone who's considering, sitting silently for a while and just trying to go inward, you're going to experience all of those things. Know that that's very normal and know that you get to come out of that. If you need to take a break, you get to just coach yourself, tell yourself you're okay, breathe with it. Ask yourself, hey, can we go back in? Can we look again? And when you do, eventually you'll be able to find that little child in you. And for me, I'm a very visual person. So I always like picture her in front of me. And usually I picture myself like I'll kneel down in front of her, I'll be holding her hands. And I'm like, hey, little Jordan, we're okay. And it was really emotional when I would first do this. So that's normal too. Be ready for that. Just prepare everybody for what may come. But then just being able to like see her and recognize, oh, she is hurting. Like these critic and this defender, I mean, they were there to protect her and keep her safe, but she's hurt. Like that's why they're doing that. And so now that we're adults, we get to what I like to call like reparent our inner child. So when I take time to sit quietly, get to talk with her and get to say, you are safe, you are loved, you are worthy, you are good, you are bright, you are joyful, you are creative, you are kind. And so I do all of this talk to her. It's really to me, right? But to her. And there's just, it's a very interesting, it's hard to describe. I just feel it in my heart, like this shift and like this joining together, almost like we're holding hands, like it's just this union of intimacy. And so for me, like that's part of the practice I do to go inward and be intimate with myself. And I do that too. So this just in the last few days, just be completely open, I was feeling really like a lot of negative energy. I wouldn't necessarily say it was overwhelmed, but it was like this negative feeling of dread, like an unsettledness. And I've experienced that several times in the last couple of years, but this was a first for a while. And so yesterday, finally, I kind of like awakened to like I was feeling it, but I couldn't name it. And then I was able to name it and go, oh, whoa, okay, let's pause here. And so I took time to sit with myself and go in there and be like, hey, what's going on? Like, what's happening? And she's like, I'm not safe. I'm like, okay, good. Keep talking to me. Tell me more. Right. Like, I need to know this because I wasn't aware. I just had this like dis-ease, but wasn't sure, logically where that was coming from. And so what I've learned too is that my inner child has a lot of wisdom. And so if there are things in your life, like for me, it was very scary to even ask myself, like, what do I want? Like, where do I want to go to eat? Like, I'm telling you, I know it seems crazy, okay, but this literally, like, I could not make a decision because I was trapped by the critic, right, who said, oh no, like, you don't get to choose. You need to let so and so choose because then they'll like you and that's what you want. And then my defender was like, well, you get to use your voice and say what you want. And my critic was like, oh no, it's not safe. And so there's this battle, and I always like listen to the critic. And all of that to say is, right, like how, when I talk about it, it's like how absurd, right? That I was like paralyzed in this inner dialogue, right? But then when I can take time and go all the way to my inner child and I get to ask her, hey, what do you want? And when she feels safe enough to respond, right, I'll hear. And I'm like, yeah, well, let's do that. And when it seems so odd to say, but for me, I find like when I can get that clarity from her, I just feel it. Like I'm like I was crooked and now it's like everything's in line. And so when I make like steps, then like actually action steps in my life toward whatever that alignment was, then there are all those three things. There is safety and connection and worthiness because I've got it back in line. Um, so yeah, but it's practice daily, daily practice. It's so different. And I was never taught this. I mean, I'm 37. I was never taught this. And only just this last year, like I said, have I been exploring, this level of kind of love, right, for myself and care for myself. Um, so yeah, yeah. It's beautiful. And it's never too
Oh,
late.
yes, it's never too late. I love that you finished with that. It's true. And I loved also what you said, parenting the inner child,
Hmm.
right? Giving the inner child the love and attention
Yeah.
and having her feel safe and
Hmm.
understanding that she is safe.
Yeah.
And I love how you broke it down and how you go inward and pressing to us that it is going to get uncomfortable. We are going to be sitting there feeling yucky and like gross. Why would anybody want to do this? It's safer not to go inward, right? Um, what has been your experience in the world and how people show up now that you're pouring into yourself? Have you seen a shift in other people?
Oh, yeah. You know what? It's really interesting to me, because I think for me today, like I feel so different than I did a year ago. Now, has anything outside of me actually changed? Very minimally, like super minimally. So, but I feel entirely different, right? So what is that? And it is because to me, like the only thing that I can say, again, scientists remember, I do a lot of experimentation, is, well, I've been doing this practice, right? And this mindfulness of, taking care of me, creating this safety, connection, and worthiness. And now when I am interacting with others, I recognize like my critic is much quieter, really quiet. My defender, very quiet. And so for me, I don't know that others have shifted, but because now I feel safe, connected, and worthy, I'm bold and courageous and joyful and passionate. And like I just go for it because I'm not listening to that critic and I'm not listening to my defender. And I'm tuning in to little me who's like, we love people. Let's go play. And it's like, yeah, let's go play. Right. I mean, so basic, but yes. Um, yeah. So that's really what I noticed. And then as a result, too, so obviously that creates then a lot of inner peace for me, just peace amongst others. And so, for the people in my life, I think, they get the residual of that, right? Like they can't not experience that same lightness and fun and joy. Um, so yeah, that's kind of what I'm noticing.
I love that. Yeah, one of the things that I started seeing shift is my husband and how he responds after a fight or after he goes through, the his story of stress and overwhelm, right? And so he unleashes on me sometimes, because like I said earlier, we are our worst selves and the people that we love, that we're the
Oh,
closest to,
yeah.
right? We show up authentically,
Yep, the
even if
most
it's not our best
unfiltered.
light. Yes,
Yes, yes.
unfiltered. And like the only thing that changed was me and how I respond. I don't react to it. I don't
Right.
take it in as mine. I see it as his. And I go, and I have compassion for it because it's like, I get that you're frustrated. I get that you have overwhelm and I hear you. And you're projecting it on me.
Hmm.
It's not cool. And I just stand in my ground and I stand in on my authenticity, right? Like I speak my truth. I don't just let him berate me.
Hmm.
Um, but I do it in a loving, compassionate way because I'm responding, not reacting. And he hears me because I'm not raising my voice, I'm not getting triggered.
Yeah,
And he hears me. And my experience of him now is him coming to apologize 5 minutes later for his actions, which
that's big.
he that was not my experience before. And I've been with him for 24 years,
Right.
right? And it's like, so that's when I asked you the question is like, did you notice other people like,
Yeah.
having different ways of being because of how
Mhm.
you're showing up?
Yeah, definitely would say so. The other thing that I noticed too, like what you just said, is when I started to really get curious about me and like my inner dialogue and what was happening, and how it was like causing me to react, respond. I am able more easily, just like you, to see that critic in others, or the defender in others, or the wounded child in others. And so then, instead of, like you said, engaging and reacting as was old autopilot, I'm able to kind of, oh, let's pause there. Hold on. Like, something is here. It has nothing to do with me. Right. And so being able to just hold that space and get curious with the other person. And so, yes, I think a lot of, especially like my husband too, and I'm pretty close with my parents, so I can see that both actually in my dad and my mom, but that same, like, supporting them in also looking inside, right, and becoming curious and seeing them kind of breathe with it more, not get as like emotionally reactive. Still some, but it's better. So progress, always progress. Oh, wait, I don't hear you.
Yes, sorry. They're chopping the tree that narrowly missed my
Oh,
mother-in-law's house during the storm. It's like
whoa.
crazy. So I'm hearing chainsaws in the back. But something you said is so true, and I think we all do it, and it's worth to repeat it again if it wasn't said earlier. It's like when these people are in their racket or in their wounded child, like you said, they uh, put it on us, and we make it about us.
Right.
We make it about us, and I started realizing that is not about me.
Yeah.
It was not about me, and so I stopped taking it personally.
Right.
And that was the only thing that shifted, is the under awareness of understanding that a lot of the times what people are saying and doing has nothing to do about you. And we're so great and ego, we're like, everything's about me. It must be.
Yes.
It must be, right? I did something wrong. And there you go again, your critic and your defender saying why
Yes.
that's true. And one of the things that I did recently is I I healed myself from chronic hip pain that
Okay.
originally started off as sciatica, and I thought it was sciatica,
Yeah.
right? And then I had MRIs and x-rays. They're like, I don't know, nothing's wrong with you. There's no bulging, anything. That like, just whatever you're doing. I'm like, well, what can you do for me? Because it's so, and I had kids, and when I had kids, it got worse.
Mm.
And then it started moving into the front of my hip. And I was just like, stretching is the only thing I could do. Acupuncture didn't work. So I'm like, what is going on? And I got curious one day, and I asked myself, where or what is this pain?
Mm.
Where did it come from? And then all of a sudden I heard it's guilt and
Mm.
it's shame. And I'm like, what do I have guilt and shame over? And I was like, oh, I still have guilt and shame when I was young because of not being there, or, a certain situation. And I was just like, okay, let's do this. Let's process this. And I envisioned, like you said, my inner child, my younger self,
Mhm.
and I relived those moments of allowing to really fully embody the guilt and shame
Mhm.
so that I could just process it, because it, to me, the impression that I got was that it was unprocessed
Mhm.
guilt and shame that was manifesting itself as pain.
Mhm.
And so I cried it out for like 5, 10 minutes, where I was just crying and giving myself grace, giving and forgiving myself, and telling the younger version of me that it's okay. It was not my job. Thank you. It was not my job
Bye,
to
guys.
do XYZ. Love you. Thank you for coming. Enjoy Mexico.
Yeah. Thank you for having me. Hopefully, maybe I'll see you guys tonight, but I gotta go take
Yes,
them. So, okay.
sounds
Bye,
good.
guys.
Bye. She's awesome. She's coaching our business strategies for us tonight. So it's exciting. But yeah, so when I did that, I cried it out. And in a moment, I felt a rush. You know how you feel like your body goosebumps, but it feels like a wave? I felt that wave go from my hip down off my toes and out, and the pain was gone.
Wow.
And the pain has not come back.
Yeah.
I was getting so debilitating that it would take me a full minute to stand upright from a sitting position because it hurt so badly. And every night, my husband's like, "You're back again?" I'm like, "Yeah, it would be my back, it would be my hip." And nothing that I did gave me any solace from the pain until I went in
Yes.
and I healed that wound. And I realized, wow, it got worse when I had kids. Why? Because the mom guilt, the
Mm.
guilt also came up of not being the best, because at the time I was not my best version of me, right? And so I was holding a lot of guilt from that. That's why I was getting worse and worse.
Mm-hmm.
And so that I also was able to give myself grace and forgiveness, because I realized I'm doing the best that I can in the moment with what I know. And I didn't know what I didn't know at the time.
Right. Me
Yeah.
too.
And now I know so much more that's helping me get back to finding me, coming home to me,
Mm-hmm.
you
Yeah,
know, and I'm
exactly.
realizing how beautiful my heart and generous my love is.
Hmm.
And I used to think that I wasn't capable of being generous with my love. And I did find myself feeling like I was taking more than I was giving, because I was operating from scarcity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, protection, right? And preservation. Yes. Just like me. I mean, it's just the autopilot, right, of human nature. And so, yeah, when you can identify and I love what you said because it's so true, right? Like safety, connection, and worthiness. Sure, we can fakely find them externally, but it really gets to be the gift we give ourselves, right? Yeah. And our bodies are so magical, I think is the best way to put it. Because even though, and this was something else that's been coming up for me a lot lately too, is this idea of, and I think this is part of your story, you were experiencing this pain, but you weren't conscious of like where it came from, right? So this unconscious guilt, blame, shame, right? That you're unconsciously, subconsciously, whatever, wrestling with, dealing with, is manifesting itself in your body and dis-ease, right? And so you're like your body is saying, Margarita, come here, I got something important to tell you, right? Me too. And and for me, a lot of my life, I just ignore that and don't look and move on and just get the next thing done. But when we can take time to get conscious of what's subconscious or unconscious, that's when we get to take our power back, right? Because it was in recognizing, oh, whoa, I'm feeling this negative emotions. When you consciously were aware and said, okay, I'm choosing to feel them and experience them and release them, right? Then, yeah, you're like back in alignment. And now you are safe, right? And you are worthy. And so the pain is gone. Amazing.
Patrick, you have anything you want to share that came up for you during this?
Yeah, I mean, just to reflect on a lot of what Jordan has been saying, like a lot of our small wounds as small childs, like where that we don't deal with, that we don't push them away, like yeah, and then like those small little wounds turn into like big things of how we operate nowadays. We're like, oh wow, it's like why didn't what? And I feel a lot of that because of the fact that like I was so like guilt tripped and blamed and just and physically abused and mentally abused. It's so young, not so young as a child. Like I thought I like didn't have that this worthiness. I'm unworthy. I'm pathetic. I don't have value. Why would anyone want to talk to this guy? I'm like, so I walked around like that all the time. And and kind of like what you're saying too, also is that like actually going through it and like and facing it, and actually seeing it and facing it, like action being the highest form of prayer. It's the action of actually going through it, because like, we are embodied goodness right here. This is a goodness, God is within me. I am not he. I'm a drop of the ocean. I'm a finger to the body, but I'm not like, I don't have that power, but I'm still like, part of that. But, yeah, so it aligns me just to like continue choosing ourselves, being the chooser, like allowing ourselves, to let go of, whatever we did and forgive ourselves for, oh yeah, I did mess up. I did this or whatever. And like, and having awareness is huge to know that like people that are people are like my stepfather that a lot of this came from, him blaming me and guilting me and making fun of me and like beating me. It's like that those were all his own problems that he tried to put onto me as a child. And like I felt them as like, oh yeah, it's my fault. I'm pathetic. I'm this way. Yet alone when he'd actually say that to me, he'd actually tell me like, you're this, you're that. And I'm like, oh, I am. So having to actually like go through that and like the action of actually facing them and like seeing it and be like, oh, and like and like through that, I like to say I said earlier is that pain is a roadmap to the clarity within. And if we actually take that pain and we're like, all right, where does this pain come from? It's not mine. It's not my pain to hold. Like, why have I been holding this my whole life? Oh, because I was told this is me. Wait, what? Am I that come from me? And then, I pivot myself into his shoes and kind of look at him and I'm like, wait a minute. His father's in prison. His father beat him, did all this stuff to him. And I'm like, oh, wow. So instead of like hating that guy, like, oh, this guy made me feel unworthy, whatever, like, I'm like, whoa. I'm like, I actually feel sorry for him. I'm like, man, like, I feel sorry for him and I see like where it came from and I see like it's not my garbage to hold on to and like I'm able to like let that go and like and then just be me, be my natural authentic self. If people don't like me, then that's whatever. Like to be me and have the freedom and joy of to live my life and live the purpose of just being able to breathe still. It's not like I love like living, man. Like and being is freeing. Being our authentic self is freeing. It's just like to live that, to do that, it just feels good.
Hmm. I'm so glad you
Yep.
said that, Patrick. Something a few months ago that I had the opportunity to wrestle with is around pain. And I avoid pain. I'm like, pain is bad. Like, we got to mitigate it. We don't want to experience it. I don't want to experience it. I don't want others to experience it. Like, pain is pain. No, pain is bad. So this was, again, just notice, right? The story I told myself. So a friend of mine, bless her, spoke and was like, Jordan, what if pain is purposeful? What if you practice just shifting that perspective? And I thought, okay, pain is purposeful. Pain is purposeful. So then it made pain safe. And then Patrick, like you said, once I shifted that and said, yeah, okay, well, if pain is purposeful, then what is this pain or this discomfort, this disease? What is it trying to communicate with me? Right. And like you said, Patrick, going inward, right. And getting really curious and looking instead of just avoiding and pushing it down, because what we resist persists. It's not going to go anywhere. And so, yes, we get to be courageous and take on the pain and the discomfort and get really curious. And I think too, for me, I've struggled with anxiety and depression my whole life. Like genetically, I'm predisposed to it through my family, and then learned behaviors and patterns. And so just getting really curious about that and recognizing, like, when I'm in those states, like of depression, I used to think, oh, I'm just experiencing this, right? There's nothing here. I'm just experiencing it. But now, at least in this last year, being able to go, wait a second, what is this? Like, if I'm feeling depression or I'm feeling shame, or I'm feeling guilt, those are opportunities for me to again look inward and say, hey, there's probably an underlying need of safety, connection, and self-worth missing. So like, what is that? And then when I can identify it and take steps in real life, right, to correct that, then the depression dissipates or the anxiety dissipates, depending on what it is. Anxiety is usually around safety for me. So yeah, it's so fascinating to just be curious and be masters, studiers of ourselves. Yeah, best work we can do, you guys. Best work we can
Yeah.
do.
Yeah. And I'm loving the word curious because that's exactly what I started being, is curious as to why or how or when
Yes.
certain belief or pattern and why, right? Like not necessarily needing to know the why,
Hmm.
because it's not going to change, but it's just like, okay, I get to choose now.
Exactly. Yeah.
right? And now there's power to that, because if I didn't go in and see all these things, I wouldn't know that where I'm stopping myself, where I'm holding myself small, while I'm
Mhm.
allowing those limiting beliefs to show up instead of being my truth self.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until getting curious about why or how and when, and it wasn't until then. And I love the word curious, because it's not about judgment. It's not about going in there and being critical about it. It's like, oh, I'm curious as to, like last night, like I'm curious as to what my trigger was to get me to drink again.
Hmm.
Right. And I'm not going in there as self beat up. I'm not going in there and making it wrong. I'm just getting curious so that when it shows up again, I see it this time.
Yes.
And it'll be my little warning bells that are coming up. Oh, there's that trigger.
Yeah.
I get call somebody, ground myself, go into an AA, whatever it takes to get me off of whatever that is. And I think, you know, what was my trigger? Is it just because it was easy and it's a holiday and I'm conditional? Did I have conditionality around, like, oh, well, I'm on vacation, so I can drink here? But
Mm.
what happens is that I have a chemical reaction to alcohol, and so I am not myself.
Hmm.
The anger comes out in me, and resentment
Hmm.
that I'm obviously still holding on to for something. I wasn't this person before when I started drinking. I was the happy drunk, but something shifted,
Yeah.
right? It was just probably a chemical shift, and I know alcohol affects women differently than it does men. And I wanted to not drink for a lot of reasons. And a bigger one is because I lost my control, my personal power.
Hmm.
And I called it, oh, well, it's my truth. I'm like, yeah, I get to speak my truth, but am I speaking it with love and compassion, or
Yeah.
hate and resentment?
Hmm.
Right.
Yes,
And I
from
was
your
causing
authentic
this.
self or your defender self.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And so the old me would have been in self beat up. I'm never going to be sober. You should just admit it. I suck. I have no willpower. Like, but that's not doing anybody any good. If anything, it's just going to perpetuate me doing it again instead of having the awareness and the grace. That's the word that I've been using so much, is that I get to have grace with myself.
Yeah. Me
Because
too.
40
Beautiful.
years of patterns are
Hmm.
breaking, and I get to have grace as I'm creating healthy ones.
Yes.
Beautiful, beautiful. And yeah, to reflect on that a little bit, Margarita, like, yeah, it's energy flows where attention goes. So if we give our attention to any of that stuff that's beating us up, like, we're literally empowering it to like control us even more. And then we're feeding it and it's controlling us even more. It's like this inner battle. It's no one's gonna win here because it's between us and us. It's like, oh, so it's like just having the awareness of that, and then re the powers in the pivot, like Sean just likes to say. It's just, pivoting and like, accepting it. Acceptance is love, like love myself, and redirecting ourselves to like to the love. And like the more we do that, it's harder in the beginning, that's for sure. But like the more we do that, the quieter and quieter that stuff gets, and the less power it has. Like, and then from like punching you in the face, like, listen to me. Then it's just like, I can barely even hear you anymore. Like, whatever. And then like we can focus on gratitude and our purpose and what we want to do and how we want to help the world and people, and just like give, more, and like we can be free.
Yes. I love what you said, Patrick. It reminded me of this story. I think we've probably all heard this, but inside all of us is like two wolves, right? Our
Mm,
darker nature and our lighter nature. And they both exist, right? And they're not going to go anywhere, but which one are you feeding? Whichever one you're feeding is getting stronger. So if we're feeding the negative, critical, defensive parts of us, then that's what we're going to get, right? But if we're feeding the authentic self, right, the light, the joy, the love, the grace, we're going to get more of that. And so, yes. And I love, can we talk, Marguerite, is it okay, like practical, like tips and applications?
Please.
Okay. Because Patrick, it's perfect you're here because you're like Mr. Mantra. Okay. You're like Mr. Mantra. That's what I'm going to call you from now on. I love it. But I was thinking for me too, like affirmations or mantras, whatever you want to call them, are incredibly supportive for me to to just get in alignment with that authentic self, right? Safe, connected, and worthy. And so for me, I used affirmations for months before I ever did any kind of meditation. So just offering that out for the audience as well, that could be supportive, just a place to start. And if you're not sure where to begin, maybe it's just, I am safe, I am connected, I am worthy. I am safe. I am connected. I am worthy. I also put my hands on my heart when I say things. So like it sinks in, like it literally sinks in. I don't know. It's weird, but you guys can experiment and try. Just be curious with it, play with it.
There's a vortex there called heaven rushing in.
Yes,
Anyway, go
see,
ahead.
so it does make so much sense, right? I know. So that would be something, and maybe just a place to, yeah, get started. Because again, if our authentic self, you know, is those things, safe, connected, worthy, we get to speak that because it's our authentic self is in there. It never went anywhere, right? We've just covered it up or buried it or hidden it away. It's still in there. So yeah. And Patrick, you have some amazing ones. So if you want to drop any affirmations or mantras, go for it.
Oh man, like yeah, you're right. Like so many of them, like because like my mind, my critics, just whatever, this trying to like tell me different things. It's like I have to be like, no, 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 and say them to myself to like redirect myself, so I'm not like not in that feeding the wrong wolf. I'm like, I don't want to feed that guy. I don't want to feed the love. I'm gonna feed the courage, the determination, the love. Um, so many of them. I mean, one for me, is uh how do I say this? I'm surrendering to the outcome, or I forget how to say it exactly. Like, I don't use that one too often, obviously, but um, I mean, like the one I said earlier is a great one. Just keeps me like my passion. Like I shine brighter. I shine brighter than I know, no matter my thoughts or feelings that come and go. Just keeps me grounded. Like whatever I feel, if I don't feel like, stating like my contract, I'm a bold, free, confident leader. And I don't feel like I don't feel like that one day, like, I'm feeling kind of ungrounded or whatever. Like, I'm like, I don't care. I'm going to say it anyways, a couple times and I'm going to feel it. I'm going to make myself empowered. Um, Let me think of some more here. I got so many, but,
Love that one. I really love that one that you shared, especially at the end where he says, no matter the thoughts that come and go, because they are fleeting. If we could just
Yes.
let that thought go, we'll be
Yeah.
safe again. We'll find our safety again. Anyway, go ahead.
yeah,
Yeah.
just
The
like,
power and release.
right, letting go. And like, I like to see them more or less as kind of like, so I've been mindfulness meditating. I call it really it's just mindfulness in itself because meditation is too big of a word. But mindfulness, I do morning and nighttime, right when I get up in the morning, like 10, 15 minutes afterwards, and like, 20 minutes before I go to sleep. I sit down for anywhere from 20 minutes to an hour. Sit down because that's when your mind is in its lowest frequencies and like it's more malleable. We're able to like refire and rewire. But so what I'm saying is like doing that, having that awareness like of the these controllers, this critic defender. Was there three? I only got the
Oh, the
two.
wounded child, and
The
then
wounded
the
child.
critic and the defender protecting that wounded inner child.
Okay, let me just jot that down here. Um, but yeah, what I found is that mindfulness, just sitting down in the morning and at night and just focusing my attention on my breathing, just feeling the air going in, feeling the air going out. Like, and then in the beginning of it, yes, the mind is always like, oh, but this and but that and this person and whatever. And it's like punching you and just keep focusing my attention on my breathing and then slowly within depends on the day. Sometimes it's pretty quickly, sometimes it takes like 20 minutes, half an hour or longer. I'm like, man, but like just letting go. And what I'm saying is that I see them as like storm clouds. Like, so it's like a cloud coming in, like, oh, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, let it go, just let it go and like refocus back to the breathing. And then like through that consistency being key, the repetition creates the identity. And then like sooner or later, then like I'm like I can hear myself, all this stuff going on or whatever. Like if I focus on it, if I try to, but I'm like, anyways, I'm gonna do what I want to do. I'm gonna choose like my loving compassion and my determination, my power. Like I'm gonna go that way. I'm like, so yeah, I like to use mindfulness just as a great tool to like align me, that alignment within, like be grounded in a heart center and like be a chooser. I like to say, are you a chooser of life or do you lose life? Like, you choose or lose. I mean, like, it's up to you. We have free will. We're the only animal in this reality that has a free will to either choose themselves or be unconscious and fall over and follow other people, be a follower of other people and stuff, and or like choose you and do you want to do and like your purpose and like of life and just going down that way. It's like it's way more empowering, feeling like, oh yeah, like I love you, man. Yeah, you're talking all this stuff with me, whatever. Tell me to blame, shame, and guilt myself and pull myself down. I love you too. I love you too. And like, don't lose that enthusiasm. Key word being enthusiasm. Just be enthusiastic. Well, here's another mantra for you too, real quick. Um, it's one that I I'll say it's from Winston Churchill, but I'll say his first and then I'll kind of like say how I say it. So his original one was success is the ability to move from failure to failure to failure without the loss of enthusiasm. So that's his. And how I like to say it is a little different. I change over the words failure to like problem or struggle or condition or like, because nothing's a failure in life. Like, it's like it's a speed bump. You got to go over that. You got to go around, figure it out, figure it out. And, or to simplify it, like just keep on keeping on, man. Just keep going, like,
You had to learn
um,
what didn't work and shift.
Mhm.
exactly. Exactly. Shifting, so the powers in this shifting, like, no, don't allow that guy, don't feed that wolf. No, don't feed that guy. He's just trying to bring you down. And like, that's all part of our, our safety, like you said, it's our safety. It's our survivalism. It's part of our life. Like all we want to do is survive. So like that guy it's not blaming those rackets and that guy trying to decept us and tear us down. It's not blaming him, trying to push him away and resist him because what is that going to do? Oh, like, no, like it's accepting him. Acceptance is love. It's like, all right, man, I understand that. Like, and don't lose enthusiasm. Be like, yeah, I love you too, man. Trying to tear me down. Thank you for trying to tear me down. Oh, beautiful. Oh, I see what you're trying to show me because the yin is the yang. It's all one circle. It's so that darkness, if we accept it for what it is, it's like, I love you too, man. Thank you. It's like, we see and we can have the awareness of reflect upon it, what it's trying to show us and why it's there and where it came from. I like to say the 5 W's and the H: where, what, why, when, with, and how. Reflecting on that, we are able to see like it's just ourselves trying to help ourselves survive.
Mhm.
That's all it is. It's not.
Yeah.
And so I love you too, man. Thank you.
I love that. Loving your shadow self gets
Mhm.
to be loved too,
Yeah.
Yeah.
right? That is that there's a lot of wisdom there. If
Mhm.
if you go in and see all and why the shadow is there.
Yeah.
And there's power in choosing.
Mhm.
And and I think a lot of times people, you said something earlier, Patrick, that um, brought up for me the drift, right? Like the societal norms, the what is acceptable. And I think a lot of the times we don't do the work because it's not what anybody else is doing.
Right.
I don't want to be singled out because no one else is doing it. I want to be like everybody else because that's where it's safe and that's where it's cool. I fit in there. But do you really fit in there? I didn't feel like I fit in the drift. I was like losing myself in the drift. And so coming home to me was the first step in healing all the things, right? And there's still a lot of work that gets to be done. Old wounds get healed, there'll be new ones, right? But now I have an awareness where I go, okay, what's the lesson here? Why did this show up for me? There's something I'm ignoring or something that I'm not paying attention to that is screaming in my face, just like how my hip was screaming at me.
Mm.
And it comes up that way. And if you don't pay attention, there'll be another moment that'll come up, be like, you didn't pay attention the first time I tried to tell you, and it's choosing your truth. And that's the only time you start to really feel in alignment with your purpose. And so much I hear people trying to find their purpose because they're not listening to themselves. They're not going into seeing, right? And they're thinking it's outside of them.
Yeah.
Something to attain out here. I get to find my purpose with you. I get to find my purpose over there. No, you already knew when you were 8 years old what your purpose was. I used to sing wanting to be a teacher. And I was like, well, obviously I love singing. I want to be a singer too. It's all these things that I packed away because I was chipping my own self-worth away. And when I started putting in, what I did for myself to help with my growth was I did emotional freedom technique on worthiness. Because I realized when I really asked the question, like, what is it that is blocking me from being the best version, from healing? And I realized because I didn't have any self-worth. I didn't have value. I didn't feel I had value. I was getting validation from other outside of me to tell me that I was good, to tell me that I'm cool, to tell me that I'm loving. But even though I was holding it out here, I still didn't believe it. So, like, what was I really doing? Right? Allowing, and then, like you said earlier, it's not sustainable, right, Jordan? When you're thinking outside of yourself and looking out here, because now you're susceptible to life's crap thrown at you. And you're going to lose your personal power every moment something goes wrong. That's because you don't know who you are. You don't know who you are because you haven't taken the time to go in. And so when I did emotional freedom tapping and I tapped these points saying, even though I feel unworthy of love or connection or whatever, I still love and accept myself completely and fully. And this unworthiness that I feel, I have no value. And I just started tapping. And then at the end, I was just like, it doesn't have the weight that it did. And I don't believe it now anymore. I know I have value.
Beautiful.
And it's allowed me to show up in rooms like these. And I'm seeing that when I'm showing up in my truth, it's adding value to people. And I was just like, wow, why was I allowing myself to not show up? I was so a taker. Like I'm thinking I'm protecting myself and not realizing I'm actually taking from you by not showing up in my truth. But not sharing a vulnerable human moment, which what it does, it creates connection because I'm relatable to you now. Because like you said it many times on this call, just like me.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it's something we said earlier, Patrick, right? It's like if we actually took the time and allowed ourselves to be vulnerable with our truth, you start to realize how everybody else is just like you and everybody feels the same.
Yeah.
And everybody has that wounded child that just wants to be seen and heard and who's afraid
Mm-hmm.
to
Definitely.
come out.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing to like to reflect on what you're saying here is that like, is to see it, not be it. I think I mentioned that earlier. To see it, not be it. Like, and that's part of the mindfulness understanding too. It's like seeing other people's stuff and seeing our own stuff. It's like see it, not be it. And when we like my past self, like how I was like looking outside of me, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this, do that, or whatever, like looking outside of me, pointing, but failing to have awareness of what I'm pointing at. I'm like, well, when I actually look at my hand here, like where are my fingers pointed? Like at who should I be? How am I supposed to act? And like whatever, like, well, three of my fingers are pointing back at who? This guy? What? I'm confused here. Like, no, I gotta fit into them. I gotta be like them. I gotta what? no, I don't got to do any of that. Like I can be the chooser of me, the acceptor of me, and like forgive myself and like just love myself and be authentic. Like I can do it. Like I can be the chooser, man. Like so yeah, like it's just about stepping into our own, our first purpose is to choose life, to get on that boat. You guys know.
Mm.
Get on that boat and choose you, man. Choose life. And through being a chooser of you and accepting you, be to have, like, okay, we can be authentic, we can be life, and being is freeing. That's the freedom right there. And then your second step, your purpose is you're doing, like, okay, well, that just comes to you naturally when you're just being authentic. Like you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. Like, so
Love that. I started implementing mantras in the morning, like right as I'm getting up, before I get out of bed, even before I open my eyes, I just say, I love myself. You are, you have value. Whatever it looks like, sometimes I'll just say, you're gonna have a great day today. And just starting on the positive note really starts to, it's like when I make my bed in the morning, the first thing I do, I get out of bed, is I make my bed and I feel accomplished.
Yes. Me too.
I feel accomplished
me
for
as
the
well.
day, right? Right? Because it's like I don't feel the chaos. I don't see the to do. I'm like,
Mhm.
yeah, I got it. I'm good. And in my mirror, I also have affirmations to remind me. I even have the Ho'oponopono. Please forgive me. I'm sorry. Have you guys heard of that
Yep,
mantra that
before,
they
yep.
do? Yeah. And so I have it written out there. And I was like, that's for me, right? And it's also to forgive and ask for forgiveness for other people's pain and story, because I do believe that thoughts manifest in reality. And so if I'm asking for forgiveness to heal something, I feel like it ripples out and it heals aspects of the world, I think. And just like how a negative thought can ripple out and create hate in the world, I feel the same way with joy. And speaking of joy, I got my little joy button here today.
Yay.
And being intentional about choosing joy in everything that I do. Because I realize, like, why don't I have joy? How do I get joy? I'm like, oh, I get to choose joy and be intentional about it. It's a choice. And when I started seeing it through that lens, I was like, oh my gosh, I have joy just sitting in the doctor's office. I create joy somehow for me. I'll start singing, or I'll just spark a fun conversation with the person next to me, and it brings me more joy to see other people getting joy from it. And so one of the things I did recently was I hosted a joy fun meeting, I guess, for some of my teammates, and I was just like, what would Buddy do? All I could think of because I watch Elf every year, and he brings me so much joy and just his ways of being. And he doesn't have the limiting beliefs and the dark shadows like we do growing up. And he is that unabashed, joyful child as an adult. And that's what it looks like if we were to just fully be expressed in our joy, which is who we innately are. It's our birthright to live in joy. It's actually an energy that lives in your penetrating flow and the radiant circuits. And there are things like what you did here. Those are when you see a sunset or when you see children playing or hear them laugh and it brings you joy. When you put your hand here, when you put it here, it actually goes in deep and it penetrates into your energies. So it starts to become more natural thing to access. There's also one called tap in the joy, tap it in. So anytime I'm having a joyful experience or I'm laughing and I'm watching a show and I'm laughing because of it, I get to tap it in because I'm tapping it in. It's going and it's recording into my psyche that feeling of joy and it gets addicted to it. So it starts to naturally see joy in things that seem mundane or and every things that you do all the time that you don't even that you overlook now, right? Because it becomes so automatic. It's like you're missing so much joy in those things that seem mundane, right? Like I'm doing dishes and I'm putting one of my favorite songs and I'm dancing my butt off doing the dishes, coming up with my own song. I'm doing the dishes and it's fun, like whatever song comes in my head. And my kids look at me like this girl crazy,
Yeah.
but I see them smiling. And I know it's bringing joy to them to see me having so much fun, right? Because
Beautiful.
the old me was stuck in this wall of guilt, shame, blame, not worthy, hiding, and that came off disconnected, that came off righteous, that came off all these other ways than actually what I was really feeling. My armor comes off different to people. Their experience of me is not this hurt, scared, wounded child. They see this bitch, this attitude, they like somebody who doesn't care, somebody who is selfish. I was like, but that's not my truth. And I'm realizing that's how I'm showing up because I'm not in my truth. I'm not expressing my truth. And it's coming out in ways that are manipulative. And that was a realization I made. I was just like, wow, I'm manipulating the people around me unbeknownst.
Yeah. Just like me. Just like me.
Yeah, it was kind of like yesterday when you called Margarita on my way home, my drive home, like I was in breakdown, like literally, like I was breaking down, and I'm like breaking down, like I'm like, oh, just frustrated, whatever. And like, and during that breakdown, I mentioned this because you were talking about cleaning your dishes and singing and just loving it, loving it, loving it anyways. Like I don't want to do dishes, but I'm gonna love it anyways. And like choosing to love it, like having that enthusiasm, like showing that to your kids and stuff. That's beautiful. And like I was having this breakdown and like while I was having this breakdown, like just frustrated, like a couple tears. I'm like, oh, like driving and like I was like telling myself to not lose the enthusiasm. I'm like, I'm smiling, I'm literally crying and smiling. I'm like, I'm like, I'm not losing it, man. I'm right here with you, bro. I'm right here with you, like feeling it. And like, and then you happen to call like literally 30 seconds later. I'm like, my headphones are in. I'm like, Margarita. I'm like, all right. I'm like, what's up? So yeah, it's just about being in the moment and like actually like redesigning who we are. And like when we choose to like be enthusiastic, we choose the goodness of life through the all like the suffering and the disconnect and whatever, just rackets and we choose to smile and to be authentic. It's like, I love you too. Like it's like through that consistency, like then we're able to like refire and wire ourselves. And like Dispenza says, it's like we're able to do it. Like just do it. What's up,
Yeah, and the
Henry?
more we do it,
Jen?
the more we do it, the it almost starts to become a self-cleaning oven, right? Like it creates that new habit, that new healthy habit of, oh, I'm recognizing and I'm in the story. I'm just okay, I get to shift. I get curious about why it's showing up and then just shift.
Mhm.
And it's a beautiful place to be because there's so much power in that choice. Now you have the awareness of like, oh, that's not me. That's the story that's happening. So what's really underneath that? Okay, cool. Great. Now I shift. And I have a better understanding of me. And it's all about getting to know yourself again. And I have Henry here. Henry is one of my amazing teammates as well as Jordan.
Yeah, how's it going,
Um,
Margarita?
hey, hey. And I wanted to ask him his take on what it sounds like to come home back to you and what it means to be authentic. What does it look like? Is why it's important, and what you've learned about um, authenticity in the journey that you've been on.
Okay, so I'm hearing the authentic moments that have been created going through the past journey, like as of recently, or like just overall in life.
Whatever comes up for you. What comes up for you when you
Well, just thinking about hearing what Patrick said, just to stay in line with what was already being talked about. I hear the ability to identify these mini adversities that can throw us off. These little tiny challenges that can be distracting, that can take away from the person that we authentically are. So it's like I hear in Patrick's talk that he's overcame a lot of stuff, and he's able to authentically accept himself and love himself in the messy moments of life, which gives him the ability to breathe and move forward and create a possibility for this moment to actually pay it forward to somebody else so they can experience the fact that he's went through it, so he knows what you've been going through. And there's no way that I can't think it's anything else than a beautiful synchronicity from God that you called him right after that, because he accepted himself, and God, the powers, just rained a blessing on him. Now he gets to share that moment that was a mess, and he creates it in a message, and then authentically gets to live it out here. And I get to hear that, and I'm like, man, that's my dude right there. That's why I rock with Patrick Michael Hoffman, Conscious Academy, all day, because he's also shown me that some ways that I can create authenticity and really overcome depression is by learning to accept myself. It's no mystery to me that I come in and he's exactly where he's leaning into, because it's such a powerful message. When we can learn to accept ourselves in a little adversity in our darkest moments, it builds a confidence and a resilience within us where we learn to be grateful for the obstacles and the challenges. And when you can wake up every day and be grateful for the challenges and the obstacles in your way, you're living, because you're giving yourself to the process. And there's no better way. Giving is living. All the pros say it. They've been saying it for hundreds of years. And Patrick gave himself permission to feel whatever he felt and knew that he wasn't identified by it. He claimed his identity. And that's powerful. The ability to claim your identity, no matter how big or small the challenge is just a telltale of somebody with high character that has a tremendous amount of value to bring to any and everybody around him. Patrick, you're my friend. I love you, brother. Thank you for that message. That's just something to go off right there from authenticity.
Appreciate it, brother.
is it something that you find that you struggled with in the past?
Oh yeah, big time. Authenticity, I think it's something we all struggle with. I don't like to project on everybody else, but it's like the great philosophers and everybody in the history, the facts show that one of the biggest gifts we get in life is to know ourselves. I heard you mention that earlier. Patrick knows himself, so he's free. And I think about this journey, and it's like, I can authentically show up as an overcomer wherever I'm at, because I'm grateful, like Patrick, in all those moments. Like, authenticity is not a free pass where you just feel free and nothing comes your way because you're just 100% showing up who you are. It's like the person you get to become. And it's like, when I think about it, it's second nature. Like, I love the challenges and the obstacles that I've faced to be able to create this authenticity of like relatability, and be able to feel somebody's heart, because I can authentically tell you that losing people in my life has created this authenticity. People running out of time to authentically live to their fullest potential has gotten me to the point to where I appreciate and grateful for every breath when I wake up, because I'm able to live life, and others died without claiming their identity and not knowing who they were. And that's miserable. And I thank God every day that I've overcame that, and that I can authentically be whoever I am right here. And maybe you'll see that, because you'll be able to feel that I've been through things just like you have. I've lost loved ones. I've lost myself. I've battled my mind. I've burned the bridges. I've lost everything. I've had everything. I've given away everything. Authenticity to me is just the complete encumbrance of your human experience. And when you can be comfortable in your own skin, and your purpose becomes your identity in motion, it just creates this level of connection with everybody. And I love living in this space. I don't know if I can show everybody else how to do it, but I know that authentically, whatever mistakes I make, that I will support anybody else in searching for their authentic selves so that they can be able to speak without a thought or second guessing themselves or self-doubt or not thinking that they're enough, because I've been there. And that's, when I think about it, it's such a loaded question, but it's like my authenticity is based off of every challenge that I've faced and my resilience and my ability to endure. And that's what I always like to tell people whenever I'm coaching them. It's like, whatever problem they bring to my call or to my table, it's like, I want to acknowledge you right now in your authentic self, bringing in front of me, trying to solve a problem, that your superpower in this moment that I see is endurance, your ability to outlast the pain and the suffering and the fears and the feeling less than. And I always commend the person that's in front of me, because all of us have the ability to endure because we're still here. And I just want people to be accepted and love themselves. I don't know the way. I don't think that my experience can really benefit anybody because I don't have the answers. I just ask good questions. So it's like people ask me about authenticity, and it's like, I authentically want to know who you are, because that's who I authentically am, as somebody that cares and that has overcame my struggle so I could help you with yours. The coaching industry.
Yeah. What were some of the steps that you took to help heal you? Because I heard you talk about depression, just like me.
Mm-hmm.
And then during the holidays, I know that there is an influx, right, of people like feeling the weight, heaviness of the depression. Maybe they lost someone and they're grieving on top of that.
Yeah.
And so, like, what did you have actionable steps that you can share that supported you in getting to where you are today, where you can speak your truth and being authentic?
Yeah. Authentic steps was the first step to discovering your authentic self, is accepting yourself, accepting your circumstances, accepting that you are completely responsible for everything that is going on in your life. Not sole responsibility, not to put everything on you, but 100% responsibility in the way that you have the ability to change it, and you always have, even when you thought you didn't. So it's like, if I was to tell people to get on the road to discovery, the first thing is accept your mess, accept your bullshit, accept your failures, accept your faults, accept the big challenge ahead of you, accept that you may not be big enough or have the strength to get through your issues, and you may need a community or support. So it's like, learn to accept yourself, because then the second step is going to be accepting the help. Accepting, knowing that you're going to getting your road back and discovering yourself authentically. You're not going to be able to do it alone. You can, but it takes so long. So it's like, accept yourself and accept the help. And that doesn't mean waiting for somebody to come and tell you, hey, I see you're struggling. It's like, no, go and knock on the door. Go and get help for substance abuse. Go and show up for that. You're saying, I need help. Call 911 if you have to, because you matter that much that you need the direct help right away. So accept the help and search for the help. And then, no matter what, start to be grateful, because what's going to unlock the ability for you to accept yourself and accept your situation and accept the help is to be grateful for the help. There's got to be gratitude there. You got to understand that everything that's going on in your life is not anybody else's but yours. That's why acceptance is so crucial. Accepting yourself, and then accepting the help from others, and then being grateful for it. Because no matter what strategy you get, no matter what your community does for you, if you're not grateful for it, your bad days could be one of the bad days that starts a whole nother full circle paradox of you recreating the same problems and making the same decisions over and over again, and coming to the same end of the year when you're battling through depression and suicidal ideation, and you're dealing with the loneliness or the lack of connection in this time of year. High suicidal rate is at its highest right now. And I know it because I'm a survivor. I'm an overcomer of it. And when I think of people right now going through everything that there is, there's somebody that needs love right now. They don't need an answer. They just need somebody to answer the call, to say, hello, I love you. I see you. And there's just so much going on of that. So it's like, if I'm going to see them, it's like, hey, whenever I see somebody that's suffering from depression or myself, it's like, I accept myself. I accept them. I create the free space, the safety for them to be able to understand that their depression is okay. And it's nothing more than than a situation you just get to get support through. And you don't get to be alone anymore. And then you get to accept my help, accept my coaching. And then you get to learn how to be grateful for the opportunity to continue to figure this out. Because like I said, I don't have all the answers, but I ask good questions. So if anybody that wants to beat depression or anybody that wants to overcome it and have it in a stranglehold, reach out to me and I'll show you those 3 steps and how to master it. And we'll keep it simple because it doesn't need much else more. Accept it, whatever it is. Accept it with someone else. Have someone sit with you as you accept it and see what you can do to move forward. And then be grateful that somebody sat with you and that you have the opportunity to turn it around right now in this moment. And then if I was to say a 4th step, I would say rise up, stand. Whenever you feel grateful, you don't have to go out there. I don't mean stand and go protest. Stand where you're at right now. Feel your feet planted firmly on the ground. That you just made the biggest steps in your life to accept yourself, to accept others, and to be grateful for yourself and others. And then stand for something. Just stand for you, just be able to stand. Because sometimes that's all we can do. And I know. All I can say is I've been there and I know. The only thing I can really understand is that I will never really be able to understand what goes on inside of somebody. So all I can do is accept them. Acceptance,
And love
gratitude,
on them.
stand up. Yeah, you love on them. You acknowledge them. You breathe life into them because it takes a lot. And it's like, oh, that's puff motivation. It's like, no, it's not. This person wanted to end their life a second ago. How can you not want to speak so much life into them that they never want to lay down again, that they're just vibrating with electricity and they could feel the light of life? Speak it into them, fight for them so they could fight for themselves. I don't care how many times you got to do it. That's just what you got to do. So when I see somebody, when they get to the 4th step and they stand, I stand with them. I lock arms with them and I look at their problems with them. And then we dissect them and we pick it apart and see what somebody really wants and see what's really going to fill their spirit, even if they don't know. So it's like, yeah, accept yourself, accept the help, be grateful, stand for something, and stand with me. You'll get where you need to go.
I love that. It completely, you said more than what we've said, but we've all said, have all individually said similar things about going inward, accepting yourself for all your flaws and all the shadow side. The question I have for you right now is, was there a pivotal moment where you chose life? Like, was there like, because I know for me, there was a moment that I was just like, something's got to give. And in that moment, I declared to choose life.
Yeah.
So was there a moment like that? Or were there steps that you took to get you, or was it like a one moment? Or did somebody show up for you? Like, what was it? What was the story for you to get you?
It's like, I think like many others, it was a moment. It was an unforeseen moment in time where the universe showed me that I ran out of time. I lost the only guy that stood for me through all of my mess. He fell in COVID and relapsed and died of a suicide overdose. And I ran out of the time to be able to thank him for the reason that because he taught me to accept myself, to accept his help, to be grateful for the air to breathe, and to rise up and stand on my own 2 feet like I am right now. And I ran out of time and I got the cold, hard smack in the face again of losing valuable time, the precious moments. Why did I hesitate? Why did I think I had to be something or that I wasn't good enough yet? If I had accepted myself, he may still be alive. But I wasn't able to do it. I had to learn this method that I teach the hard way. And that was the moment when I knew, because he didn't die in vain. He rose me up and stood. He called me to rise up and stood with me and locked arms with me. And I thought I wasn't good enough. And I don't think that matters if you're good enough anymore. I don't think that matters if somebody else is good enough. If you love them, accept them, and share the moment, because it can be taken from you. And then you feel the real disempowerment and depression of not having the choice. This choice is what we wake up with. The choice to accept ourselves. The choice to accept help. The choice to be grateful when everybody's telling you ain't good enough and you ain't shit and you're just the sum of your past mistakes. And the ability to just stand in when you don't know how to stand, but just to stand and be okay. That you're not on the ground wanting to die. So yeah, that was the moment. And I will never have another moment like that again, because I will pour my authentic self into every moment, every interaction, into everything that comes across in my life will be an experience of paying it forward, the breath that I breathed from that man that looked out for me, but is on to a better place. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you for sharing so authentically. And I heard the urgency for you show up, right? And sometimes we get a wake-up call. And a lot of the times we've been having little alarms go off all the time that we kept ignoring. And then for you, it was a hard no going back, no taking backsies.
Yeah.
Right. And so a lot of the times we forget how much impact we can have in somebody else's life just by showing up in love and acceptance. Like Patrick, I didn't know that you were in a place of feeling breakdown, and I called you and that you said that how it helped lift your spirits too in that moment when just showing up. And then everything else that I shared on the call, I was just like, how I didn't know where you were in your mind, and then we don't know where people are in their mind and their journey and in their pain. And so when you can call and just, if somebody comes into your mind or your heart, it's for a reason. It's they're like psychically calling you because they want to hear from you or they need you for something. So when I always say, like, now I'm listening to that little head that comes in, all of a sudden I'm like, why am I thinking of Shelby? I don't know. I should just call her, see how she's doing, or just leave her a beautiful message. Hey, I just thought about you, and I just wanted to say how much I love you. And I know we haven't talked for a while, but I love being your friend and how you show up. You're amazing. And when I do that, the feedback that I get, you don't know how much I needed to hear this message today. You didn't know how much this really meant so much to me because I was in a dark space. Like, it could quite literally save someone's life that day just by you showing up in love and acceptance. And there's power. How much power can we have? Right. And we can just as easily as we can help bring people up, we can throw them down. Right. It's so easy for us to just be critical of others. And all we're doing is seeing in them the things that we see in us that we aren't comfortable with. That's been my experience. Every time I see something or something in someone, I'm like, oh, they annoy me. I'm like, oh, that's something I have in me that I get to shift. And it's coming up because that is what we're up to grow and change. And for Henry, he's already made such an impact in my life, just showing up and being himself. And who knows? I don't know the future, but I know that every time I talk to you or you, Patrick, I always have something, a takeaway. I always have a takeaway, and it always makes me feel like, oh my gosh, it gives me hope that there are really good people out there in the world creating a change and shifting the drift, standing against it. And when I talked about wanting to bring up depression, the feedback or the advice that I got was to put a positive spin on it. And I was like, no, it's great, but that's not authentic to me because it's a topic nobody talks about because it's uncomfortable. And that's the biggest problem I see in society is that we just want to brush it aside. Well, that person's depressed. Oh, yeah, just stay away from him. He's horrible. It's like, no, I mean, that person's hurting. That person doesn't feel worthy, just like me. And so when I started filling my cup with love and worthiness, I was able to give to others. And I didn't realize how much I missed myself. Right?
Yeah.
And the old me is who I am today. I just have now an acceptance and grace that it allows me to move forward and not uh, start the spiraling again. That it
Yeah.
takes going in and accepting and being grateful for those flaws, being grateful for the stories and for the hardships.
Yeah. I agree completely, Margarita. And I don't think that the situation and whatever anybody goes through with depression is something that can be one side or the other. You know, people want to bring in a message of speaking about the depression right away and sharing experiences. Could be triggering, but at the same time, we got to meet people where they're at. And once we meet them where they're at and we can go into the depression, then we can start to bring in the compassion, because it's not a matter of just fluffing it out and talking, you know, motivating it. Oh, like you can get up. It's like when you're laid down on the floor and you want to end your life. Yeah, okay. Thanks for telling me to get up. I really need to hear that today, but 364 out of 65 days or 999 out of 1,000 days, I'm not receptive to that message. You know, people don't care unless they know that you care. And sometimes you got to go with them into the dark, shadowy places so that they know that they're not alone. And you can lure them out with the compassion. So I think it's like not one or the other. I think it's important that we understand the philosophy of both and the duality of the person, and understand that they are not one side or the other, that they are both. They are a human being that has depression and deserves compassion at the same time. And neither can be ignored. Because when we ignore one or the other, we're ignoring a half of the person, and that person's just hearing that, oh, you're not acknowledging that half of me. You're just like everybody else. You're not acknowledging my pain. You're not acknowledging my struggle. And it's like, I hear you. My bad. How can I sit here and think that I have all the answers? Like I said before, it's not about having the answers. It's about asking good questions. How do you feel? What happened? Where did it start? What's underneath that? How often does this happen? Is there anything I can do? Can I just sit here with you in it? I know I can't solve your problems, but can I just sit here with you in it and give you a moment and just sit with it? Because people are never going to remember, like Maya Angelou said, people won't remember what you said, people won't remember what you did, but they will always remember how you made them feel. And sometimes the depression, you got to go into these dark, scary places so that you can give them the love that they deserve. They're not going to be drawn out to come out and jump on the love. They're in a dark, scary place and they don't know how to get out, and they see no doors. They don't see the keys in their hands to their prison cell.
They don't
And
feel worthy of
sometimes
the
you just
love.
you just got to sit in the cell with them a little bit and be like, hey, now that I sat with you, I want you to realize there's keys in your hands right now.
Mm.
And we can walk out of this prison cell together, and you can never look back. We just get to choose it right now. And Yeah, gotta love on people and meet them where they're at. I don't think we get to argue about one side or the other. That'll make us no better than a politician. We get to be bipartisan. We get to acknowledge the depression and know that it's going to take a huge amount of compassion to get out of our own shit and to be so compassionate that we're going to go into the scary places with them because they need to have somebody stand for them so they could stand for themselves. That's just what I think on the subject.
Hmm. Yeah, and it comes down to allowing yourself to be vulnerable. And I think it's a scary word. I think people see
Mhm.
vulnerability as a weakness, right? And I love Brene Brown and how she speaks about vulnerability and rumbling with it and how to do it. And it creates connection, being vulnerable. Like when I show up in my vulnerability, I start to see trickle effects of people also showing up and going, yeah, me too. Look, I'm also feeling this way, or I'm vulnerable in this. And it's beautiful to me because I feel so connected and I feel like, oh my gosh, I'm not alone. Why was I making this all like I'm alone, nobody understands me?
Yeah. That's why
Yeah.
it's so important, I think, for us to be as coaches, Margarita, because a lot of people deal with the system, and there's nothing against the system. I love the system; it serves a purpose. People get educations and they're masters at their crafts, but there's just a certain element of living through the experience that us as coaches we get to bring that. The therapist is bound by law to not be able to go there and tell somebody that they can do it. So we get to be the ones, we get to be the coaches, we get to be the cheerleaders, we get to be the champions, we get to be the advisors, we get to be the consultants, we get to be whatever somebody needs to coach them through their life. We're life coaches. So we do nothing else but get people through life, and we go into the dark spots that people can't go to because there's a reason why you've been dealing with mental health for 10 years and you haven't been healed. You're going to the same system and they have limitations as to where they can take you. Us coaches, we're just not educated in, and we're educated through the school of hard knocks and knowing what it's like to be in that experience. That's why I can tell, Margarita, that you have lived it because you know what it's like. It's like, no, we need it. Like we can't just be fluffed up because we reject that when we're going through a depression. We're depressed, our back's against the wall, like we're done. And you're telling me to get more energy. Like, huh?
Get over it.
Okay.
Just get over it. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
if it was that easy, jeez, I would have done
Yeah.
it years ago. Trust me.
Yeah. I'm like, just lay down here next to me and make sure that I'm just going to breathe through the next hour and just secure another hour for me because I don't feel like I can get through it. Like, but yeah, there's plenty of ways to support people, but we do get to talk about both sides: depression,
Yeah.
compassion,
Just
love,
talking
and
about it
pain.
brings healing, I
Yeah.
think. Just being able to talk about it and being completely open and authentic about it, right? Like this
Yeah.
is what it looks like for the people out there who they can't relate. There are people out there who just can't relate and they're like, it's like, well, just take a pill, you'll be fine. I'm like, no, the pill's just gonna
Mm.
numb me out. It's not gonna create any healing,
Nope.
right? I could do that with alcohol, which is why I became an alcoholic. I was numbing that like scary monster in my head telling me I'm not worthy of living.
Yeah.
I'm not worthy of my health. I mean, I talk about suicide ideation. I'm like, wow, I'm a coward. I can't take my own life, but I was sitting there fantasizing on how the bridge can fall underneath me, or I can get in a car accident, or get sick with some like the big C or something. And it's like, wow.
Yeah.
And that's
To
what it
me,
sounds and looks like. It's scary and people don't want to be there. I felt there was something wrong with me. And I didn't want to share that because I didn't want to have the stigma. And so I just, I everybody knows me as a smiley, amiable person. But it's like, yeah, this is like that song. If you look closer, it's easy to see the tracks of my teeth. And that's right. It's usually the people that we think are got their shit together that
yeah.
that are really hurting because it's a
Yeah.
mask they're putting on.
Yeah. It's tough, going out there and going through it. And There's days that you really feel like there's not going to be, well, in my experience, there's been days that I really felt like things weren't going to work out, that my depression was going to come back and get me. And it's taken years, but it gets better. And it just takes a long time. It's a process. Like, I can't sit here and tell somebody I'm going to help them get through depression in 30 days. Like, am I freaking nuts? 90 days. It's like, dude, this is going to be a minute. And this is actually something that's probably, hopefully you grow past it with me, but it's a long road to get through depression. It's not something simple. Like, even now, no matter what with the depression, you have your memory in your brain. And then you're going to get triggered with memories all the time, and how you perceive them, and whether they're victories or you're grateful or a victim, is going to determine, your maturity, or it's going to be feedback for your maturity through your depression. But you will get to the point to where it's like, all right, I feel that, but it's passing. It's not for me. I've already beaten that. I know that this is just a thought. I know that this is just a trigger. And my body on a cellular level is experiencing, not to be too scientific, is experiencing and recreating the same experience again. Oh, what? There's a little bit of science to it. Yeah, there is. There's a little bit of science to be able to come at depression. But it does get better, and you get to be able to come on stage, and there's nothing more freeing than sharing your message with somebody else. There's nothing more freeing than being able to shed a tear and know that, hey, it's over and that moment passed. And I pray to God somebody watches this replay and makes a choice just to stand. Maybe they go through the steps on their own. Like, that would be awesome. Like, I'm just happy that maybe one person will be able to breathe a little bit easier after seeing this today, because that's why we're all here and why we're all doing it. But depression can be overcame. It's just, you got to stop pretending to be something that you're not, and stop trying to be something for other people that you don't have to be. And it's like, hey, I'm an artistic speaker that loves to dance to music, and, hey, who knows whatever stuff I'm into, that's just me. And see, when I talk about the stuff that I'm into, I smile. It changes my body, because it's like, I've discovered it that not thinking about my calamity and my depression and shifting to a state of gratitude and being grateful for it puts a smile on my face, because I get to do things that actually fill me up. Moments come that are tough and that are struggles, but I know now that, like Patrick did in that moment earlier, that it gets better. And sometimes moments just got to pass, and they're tough, and you can learn to handle these moments with grace and love for yourself and the people around you. And it's going to take some acceptance and gratitude and rising up.
And grace. Yeah.
And grace.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
grace. Yeah. Well, I realized when during COVID, I started to take care of a woman, an elderly woman. And so I was pretty much just getting her groceries, cleaning them, putting them away, taking out her trash if needed, and things of that sort. And then one night she fell and her arm got stuck. And so she couldn't use her dominant hand. And she's like, I need you to stay with me. You have to live with me, right? Because my experience of her was living in scarcity, right? And so she's like, I can't. So I immediately dropped my family, my life, and lived with her 5 days a week, 24/7. And I hired someone to come in for the 2 days that I could have with my family. And I made a choice in that moment. I was like, what can I do with my time here? And so I started to go on these free summits, these like healing summits and mindfulness summits. And I learned all these techniques. And when I started implementing them, that's when I started to see the healing. Like, one of the first things I started doing, I learned breath work. And I realized that when I was doing breath work, I would get like frustration and anger coming up. And it was the same thing I experienced when I was learning massage. And when we were doing deep tissue, when we were doing the deep tissue class, I would be like, get off me. It's like, and I realizing I was storing so much resentment and anger. I was like, where is it coming from? And I think bottom line is because I was angry at myself for not showing up as me, right? Like, I was angry at the world for all the pain and trouble. And all it really was is me not being authentic.
Yeah.
And so all these things I created, it was nobody else. I created because I chose to let other people's stuff get to me. It was a choice I made. And so
Yeah.
now the choosing has shifted for me. I'm choosing the healthy. I'm choosing the light. I'm choosing me
Yeah.
and my peace and my
That's what
love.
I love. I love
Yeah.
that you opened up the thing about breath work, and that this everything that you've been through, and that you had to find unconventional, ways of doing it, because yeah, therapy only helps you so much. And nothing against therapists, but us coaches having, we have other tools and modalities that we can use. A lot of us coaches are used to be therapists and used to be doctors that also have added a lot of modalities to our repertoire. And sometimes we get people, like, we get the really tough cases where people just we can't be there with it in them. We can't be in it with them. It's so deeply embedded in their nervous system. It's so many blocks on a cellular level and a mental level that they can't get past those things. And us as coaches have tools like certain types of guided meditations and breath work. Me personally, I love how you mentioned that, because breath work, and Patrick knows this, is something that helped me get through my own stuff. I'm a man, and like, we're told not to have our feelings and our emotions sometimes. And it's like, okay, now you're telling me I get to have my feelings and my emotions. I don't know how. And using other modalities like a life coach has to be able to offer breath work, like, or meditation, or a consciousness awakening activity. Like, these are major ways that are not invasive, but can also get you past without having to do all of the talking, because sometimes the talking sucks. I know if anybody's sitting and listening about depression, it's like, yeah, but I don't even want to talk about it. And it's like, cool, you
Well,
don't
because
have
it
to.
can
Can you breathe?
re-traumatize you, right? Like talking
Yeah.
about it can re-traumatize one
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
because they're reliving it, right? And so it's a very that's why professionals are the ones that come, right? Because if there's a moment where people get re-triggered or like traumatized, they're educated in how to handle that. But I find interesting is I have a couples therapist that my husband and I have been seeing, and the therapist I had before that, before I did couples therapy, it's interesting going through this leadership program, like doing personal development, like we have been working. I was like, wow, you're not showing up in your leadership, but you're late to the thing. You're making it about you. You're like projecting. I was like, it's so funny being this kind of work, how you see people's stories playing out in front of you. And I was like, well, I feel like I'm getting more out of personal, like how to be in my relationship from this program, not from my therapist. So we're gonna
Yeah.
cancel her actually because I just because it's like you could talk it to death, but if you're without tangible actions
Yeah.
that align with me, right? Because the therapist is gonna be like, well, you can do this. I was like, well, that didn't do anything for me. And it's not like you said earlier. I think you were touching upon it. It's meeting them where they are. Not everyone is a one-stop shop where it's not a one size fit all. And I love that I
Mm-hmm.
have Jen on the call with me because she got into breath work and
Mm-hmm.
hypnotherapy. And that was her journey for healing. Do you want to share how your path unfolded for you and why?
Yeah, so I have a healthcare background, and I was finding that I was having a lot of anxiety, a lot of overwhelm, stress. I was having panic attacks at work to the point where I couldn't breathe. I felt like I was going to pass out, like things were stuck in my chest, stuck in my throat, getting that tunnel vision. And it happened twice. And I was like, enough is enough. I need to find some sort of relief. And this is actually after I did my hypnotherapy practice and got my certification in that. And I was like having this mental like conversation going on in my head. I am a hypnotherapist and I am having issues. What is wrong with me? And that's when I found breath work. And I just dove deep into that. I was able to heal my anxiety, and I no longer have panic attacks. Now, I will say, yes, there are times where I can feel it rise, but I know how to control it now. So that was ultimately why I do what I do, like why I got my certification, because I was able to heal myself. I feel like I can help other people heal themselves.
Beautiful.
Do you combine your hypnotherapy with breath work, or do you see them separately in your business?
So I am finding it is much easier for people to go into a trance-like state through breath, because they are not focusing on what they're doing wrong. They're just focusing on the breath. That's the problem with like meditation and all that, because like you have thoughts still running through your head, and then you're like, oh my God, I'm doing it wrong and this isn't working. And so I do some breath work just by itself, or I'll do hypnotherapy where the first portion of the session is breath work, and then we'll go into that trance-like state and finish it off.
Since you implemented the breath work shift, like as far as people's results.
I feel like people like it a lot more, the breath work. And it's mostly because they get an immediate response from it. Like they have that sense of euphoria coming right out of the session. So, to anybody, like it's almost taking a drug without taking drugs, right? If anybody's ever done it before, but it's that immediate sensation, like I am making a difference, and it feels good. It feels great.
I love that. And it's one of the things I recognize going through the training for breath work is our emotions are linked to our breath. When you're excited, you breathe a certain way. When you're upset, you breathe a certain way. When you're relaxed. And it's one of the things that we have control over. One of the very few things in the world we actually have control over is our breath. And so when you're finding yourself stressed or depressed, like just stopping and checking what's your breath like? And then just becoming aware of it and then slowing it down and taking slow, steady, deliberate, intentional breaths. And I realized that's why I was a smoker. I was smoking because I was taking deep breaths to calm me down from my stress. I was like, shoot, I was like killing myself for that breath.
Literally.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, oh,
I feel that. I get
I feel
that.
like telling smokers, hey, just learn breath work. You can quit that shit.
Yeah. Imagine a cigarette, just breathe in some fresh air, and it just takes about 20 or 30 of them, and you're going to be good. Those 20 or 30 puffs on the cigarettes took away 30 seconds of your life, but 30 puffs of just nothing will put you on a higher vibration and ground you and center you. So
I actually did do that for a while to test my hypotheses. I was like, do I get the same sensation? Yes, and I don't stink. I don't stink. That was the worst part is the smell. And it was like, I don't even, when I think of myself as a smoker, it feels like a completely different person. Like, I don't even know. I'm like, wow, it's so funny how it just feels like it's a completely different person who was the smoker. But it's just being responsible for you, being responsible for your feelings, being grateful for them, not shaming them, not blaming them, being grateful for them, like you said, being 100% responsible for that, because only you can make you feel a certain way. I love when people say, well, he made me feel that. I was like, you chose to feel that way. You chose to make it about you and your insecurities. Like earlier, we were talking about how people show up in their own story and they project it, and then we make it about us. And then, if you're depressed, then it's just gonna beget your depression doing that. It's gonna amplify it. Well, shit, that person hates me. I always make that person mad. I'm not showing up for this person. It's like, wow, no, wow, you're only responsible for you and how you show up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I love the whole authenticity and depression, talk, because the depression, like I've heard Jim Carrey say, like depression is just a sign your body wants deep rest because it's tired of playing a role that it's not meant to play. And
Mm.
it's like, okay. So that's why every year I get to this point and I want to provide this bountiful Christmas, but I can't. So I get depressed and I want to go into deep rest because I've been playing the part that, yeah, it's going to be great this year. And it's not. I fooled myself, you know? So it's like, I want to go into deep, I want to go into deep rest because I'm just tired. I'm worn out. I put in all this effort at pretending to be something that I'm not, and it left me with nothing but wanting to just lay here and do nothing about it. Like it just killed my spirit to give up. And it's like the only way that you can get yourself up, or one of the best ways to get yourself out of that depression, is to accept yourself and be like, oh, I screwed up. I don't feel great. Yeah, Christmas is not what it was meant to, is not what I thought it was going to be. I didn't get them when I thought I was going to get them. I didn't go to the family get together as I thought I was going to go to because I felt depressed. I felt less than. And it's like, no, if you can get up and accept yourself and know that no matter what, you did the best that you did. And no matter what, just accept that, accept your flaws and accept that it didn't work out. But hey, guess what? You get to breathe. You're breathing right now, which means you still got something left, in the words of Jocko Willink. If you're still breathing, then you still got something left and you got a reason to fight, because there are thousands of people losing it every moment, 300,000 people a day. And if you're one of them that gets to end up breathing after 24 hours and wake up and do it again, like that's what's the only thing that's going to get you up out of that depression, is saying, except I've effed up. And who am I going to be now? Am I going to be the person that doesn't accept that, or the person that does? Because the person that accepts it is the person that's going to stay laying down. The person that doesn't is going to get up and be crazy enough and be insane enough to fight through it all over again. And it can be hard. You know, like I know what it's, I can definitely correlate with people. That's why I think we get to talk about these hard subjects and understand that as it may not be said, and people have tried to give you so many things to wake up from this depression, when the magic pill is inside you. It's in your breath. You know, it's in being still. It's in whatever your meditative practice is, your consciousness. It's in waking yourself up to your own bullshit and then just accepting it and moving forward. Like, you get to live again. You're breathing. Yeah, yesterday sucked, but it doesn't have to continue to suck. You know, and it's just tough at this time of year. So when I hear that whole deep rest thing, it's like, stop, put down the mask, stop playing the part that you thought you were going to be humble and learn from it and move forward in the community with support, because you don't got to do it all alone. But yeah, I don't know where I was going with that, but
Yeah, no, I love that. It's hard for people in the moment to ask for support because they don't feel
yeah.
worthy of it. So how can we bridge that gap as people who have who have chosen life, right? Because like in the moment, I'm like, I wasn't even being honest with myself that I was depressed. Mhm.
Sorry, my focus always goes wrong, so I'm just trying to
The focus.
yeah.
Yeah, so that was like the big question, right? It's like, how do we reach the people who don't know how to ask? Because I mean, even people who aren't depressed don't know how to ask for support. I think it's
Mm.
ingrained in our culture now that we get to lone wolf it and do it alone, because asking for help shows signs of weakness.
Yeah, I think that's why it's important that we stand as a source of a transformed world, and we are examples of leadership and just saying hi to people. You know, just saying, expressing that kindness, because when you do that and you're just like, hey, how's it going? You can see if they're in pain, and if they're really hurting, you'll know to keep talking, because, oh man. And I love when somebody goes, man, I'm okay. And it's like, really? I'm not hearing that everything's perfect. I don't know you, but would you like to share with me? Like, is there anything bothering you? You got to get out. I'm a complete stranger. Well, I'll leave this store and nobody will ever know. You know, like, what's going on? Can I help you? And I think that's the hardest thing, because we feel like when we talk to somebody and we offer help, that we are giving away something else or we're going to lose in some other place. It's like, how can I help so many people? And it's like, people are freaking resilient. They don't need you every 24/7. They just need a moment. They need to see kindness, and they need to see love. And we can go out there and get people wherever we're at right now. Hey, reach out to us. There's 3 life coaches in front of here. Another one that's on there, Jen, that's got a background and, in breath work. We can all help. There's 4 people that help. So it's like, after we get off of this Zoom, making sure whether it's with our family or in our community or in the store, and it's like, hey, nice to meet you. My name is Henry. Yeah. What? Why am I talking to you? Just because I want you to see something today. You could use the whole intro of God told me to talk to you, or the universe guided me to say to you, or you could just say, hey, I know what it's like to be wandering around with some pain. I just want to say hi. Or if you can't, pay for somebody's groceries. Life is suffering, some people say, but giving is living. Giving is living. Giving is living. Yeah, say it again. Giving is living. So it's like, give something to somebody. That's how we can beat depression, is by giving away what we want to get. We want to get kindness and love from others. We get to give it away so that the other ones can start to do the same. Because you can't help it. It's contagious. Love's contagious. It conquers all. So it's like, there's no secret recipe. It's like, just love on somebody and let them open up, and then love the heck out of whatever they open up with. And that's how we beat depression, in taking it head on, doing these Zooms, going out there and standing as a source of a transformed world, and not just pretending like we know they're there, but pretending like we don't have the time to actually impact somebody's life. Because you never know what somebody's going through. Like you said, when you call your friend, every time you call somebody random like that, what do they always say? Thank you. We're all in fights. We're all in fear of losing ourselves or not becoming who we think we are, and being enough for people. We're all dealing with fear. We're all dealing with struggle. Like, just listen to somebody's struggle, and don't act like there isn't a struggle going on around you. Don't act like there's not people that are depressed around you. They need you. They need us. We get to stand for them. Like Patrick, man. I'm glad how I met Patrick. We met at random, just on a random phone call. And now we're brothers, and we have done breath work together, and we have been on business trips together, and we have shared time together and saw our authentic selves. Seeing him here, this bright smile, like, dude, like, this is what it gets to be. Because you never know, when you say hi to somebody, they might be your future best friend. You might just be saying hi to your best friend. You might just be saying hi to a business partner. You might just be saying hi to both. You might be saying hi to a brother that you never met before. So it's like, instead of thinking that there's something we got to be for people, it's like, what has this person got inside that I would love to hear about? Because getting to know Patrick, I've gotten to know myself, and now I have a friend just from a random crossing paths, from being in the same place at the same time. And now I'm grateful for him. And then things are just beginning. So it's like, you want more caring, loving people in your life that are like-minded, that have been through what you've been through, say hello. That's all it takes. You want to beat depression, say hello to somebody.
And take the time to care and listen, right? Because I feel like people, when they ask me, how are you? Sometimes I'm not okay, and I hesitate in saying okay. And they're like, just say you're okay. Like, I've had that, people say, just say you're okay. Like, they don't want to hear that I'm having a shitty day, because they have their own shitty days that they're dealing with. Right? So it's like standing as source of a transformed world, as you so beautifully stated. Looks like caring, looks like just being an ear for a minute. It's not your whole life. It's not an hour.
Yeah.
It's just a minute, just to be like, hey, connection, you matter. I don't know you, but if I matter, you matter. And I think my experience of people is we've become so like me centered that we don't only care about me, and we stop caring about the people out there who are feeling the same way as you are.
Yeah,
We're
definitely, Margarita. Let me pop in here. I'll listen to you guys a while. No, yeah, definitely. I is illness, we is wellness. It's about, forgetting, like, stop getting, get out of our own minds and our own selves way. And like, man, like, and another thing is to hold the space for people that need to be heard, you know, like, and hold the space for them. And that's something that, like, right now we're not, our society and our culture is not like, we're not for like helping one another. It's divide and conquer, where we're all divided. And it's like you said, like, I walk up and someone's, I want to, or whether you say it or whatever, like, I'm okay, but you're like, it's like, you feel like you don't want to like dump problems onto them, but like, that's how we're all designed. We've all been like told this to be this way or whatnot, like indoctrinated, we'll say. um, and like, yeah, it's just like about like holding that space and like being able to be there for another person and know that, like, no, man, like, how are you really? Like, it's okay. Like, you can explain whatever. It's okay not to be okay. Another one I like to say, it's okay not to be okay. Like, and just let them know, like, you can be heard. Like, tell me what's going on, man. Like, show them that support, you know. Like, and Henry knows this one, discipline equals freedom, or like Jocko Willing come from, but or how I like to say it is that support equals change. It's when we show that support, you know, like support another person, we support ourselves, and like, you know, and through that acceptance, through that love, it's just like, that's where like we really show that compassion. People can actually feel like they're being heard, and like, oh yeah, you know, you can build that connection, that relationship where like with them, and towards like, man, dude, this guy is totally a brother from another mother. I would have never guessed that. Like, especially with Henry, I'm like, you know, us coming together, I'm like, and then us meeting in Texas, I'm like, dude, bro, what's going on, man? It's nice to meet you, bro. Like, man, I'm like, yeah, it's just that connection, man, to build that relationship and like hold that space and just get out of our own selves way, and like allow us to be like more heart centered, and just, you know, being our authentic self is freedom. And that's what people want to see, is just be the authenticism. Just be there and like let them say what they got to say, and like relate with them. Like you said, Henry, like meet people where they're at, you know, meet people where they're at, relate with them, and like meet them and be like, yo, the keys are right here, man. You've had them the whole time. Like, oh, what? And then you can allow them to like freedom, man, the freedom of life and whatnot. So it's, yes, it's beautiful. And how I like to say it is just be a chooser, you know, and with me, like my whole like revelation, just my awareness and everything, like I just been so in myself's way. I'm like, man, like, just be a chooser, bro. Like, chooser, and accept yourself, accept your darkness, and love it, and like, and don't lose enthusiasm, man. Enthusiasm is the key to rewriting and refiring and wiring yourself. Like, oh, you feel like crap, you're breaking down, oh, whatever, just love it, love it, I love it. Wipe the tears away, like, love it, man. Like, and going through that, like, it's like we rewire ourselves, and like then we're just like, our attitude is gratitude, and we're just like, man, like, I'm a chooser of me. Like, yeah, you know, I fell down my face earlier and like was crying and whatever. Like, it's all good, bro. I love you, man. I love you, man. Like, thank you for showing me a new way to be. Like,
Yeah, and it goes back to what Henry was saying earlier too, is like, if what you want in the world is what you get to give.
mm, yeah.
There was an exercise where I got to figure out what it is that I wanted in my life. And it was interesting, you know, it was like just naming things that came in in a minute or 2 minutes of time. And I was just like naming all the things that I want in the world. And then like the three main ones that came up was um love, courage, like bravery, and then like being committed, you know, having like being committed to what my word, being committed to myself, being committed, whatever that looks like. And it was so interesting because it's all the things that I wasn't giving away. And so I wasn't experiencing it. And so when I started being love, I'm starting to experience love in a way that is deeper
Mm,
than before, because there's so much more gratitude that I have for it, because it's precious. Love is a gift, and it's a free thing that you can get and give. And it's something that resonates and it ripples, and it takes one moment of love to last somebody for whatever long, right, Henry?
Yeah, it's a secret weapon of all secret weapons. Without a doubt. It's like when somebody's mad and it's like, I love you, man. It's just like, you know,
You're
you
not
can
getting
get
my
as
Bud Light.
mad as you want, but I love you. You know, you get a little Buddy the Elf for Christmas time, you know, like you just get caught up in the joy. Like there's no wrong. Like you're upset with me. I get it. I want to fix it, but hey, you know, I love you. And it's like people just all of a sudden just like it can infuriate some people. So be careful if you're out there, you know, I love you. It does take, you know, you can master the delivery of loving people, you know, because if it's like, I love you, then it's not really going to land or work. But yeah, love is the secret sauce. However you communicate your love or whatever your love language is, it can break barriers. It can break down walls. It can create the most beautiful friendships and relationships in your life, just by coming from a place of loving yourself and loving others. It's a great
Yes.
commandment.
What you said earlier triggered something for me because I know that there are people who have a hard time accepting love. So we get to be
Yeah.
curious, right? We get to be curious and understanding that some people, they're not rejecting your love, they just don't know how to receive it yet. Because maybe they have
Yeah.
a story of unworthiness, maybe they have a story
Hmm.
that makes them not feel worthy of it. And so yeah, so when you're saying like how you approach people, meeting them where they are, right? It's like first understanding like, oh, this person is not going to hear me saying I love you. Maybe there's a different way that you show it. Maybe there's a different way that you express it. Maybe the word love is triggering for that person.
Yeah.
And then and it's so interesting how it can be both sided, right? Where it's like giving it, but then some people don't receive it.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and love can be very toxic, and it can be weaponized when it's not coming from the right space. You know, you could tell somebody you love them and think that the four-letter word actually is what matters when it's not. It's the energy that it's attached to, the authenticity that it's attached to, and that's the sad day, and that's what causes the depression is when people are weaponizing love. They're working for the adversary with blame, shame, and guilt, you know, just doing anything they can to not let love in. And we do get to be responsible with our love, and we do get to, you know, love people in a responsible way. We can't just say I love you and just overcome it. That's something that can be done, you know, depending on the situation. But sometimes the best way you can love somebody is just by not saying anything, you know. But the number one way to show love is by never giving up and by enduring and just being there for somebody. So it's like, yeah, that could be the way you communicate it. And
Keep
people get
showing
to
up.
be mindful about weaponizing love. That's
Yeah,
not good.
brother.
I love that you presence that. So true. Weaponizing love, manipulating through
Yeah.
love.
Gaslighting, reverse
Gaslighting.
psychology. You know, like those are the things that mess people up. And we're sitting here depressed, second guessing ourselves when if somebody was feeding us lies and saying that they loved us, but they were just out to get whatever they wanted. Then we feel used. Then we don't want to be, then we're scared to be in another relationship because we know what being used is like. We never want to experience that again. We get scared. Then we live a life of fear and we get stuck because the fear is paralyzing and we're just stuck. We don't know how to get out then. We need
Definitely,
somebody to say hi to us so
definitely,
that they
man.
can be seen.
I feel you, bro. No, I was gonna come in earlier and say, just like, yeah, like about the power of love. It's like, for instance, my mom, like, when we were younger, you know, like she's never like, I don't even know, like told me that she loved me. I mean, maybe, I don't know, but like, I would get it more like on cards, like whether like a birthday card or Christmas or something card, like, oh yeah, whatever, love mom, whatever, like something like that. And like, I've been actually going out of my way the last few years, telling her, like doing things for her, not just saying it, but like also doing things for her, like, fixing her car and fixing things and just doing it out of the kindness of my heart and be like, I'll tell her like before I leave, like, all right, mom, all right, love you, mom. And like, I'll look at her, love you. And she like hesitates. She's like, okay, I love you too. Like, she doesn't know how to like say it, but like, she's been like kind of getting to it more. And like, and through that, I've seen it like within her, like she's starting to have more awareness of like where this love and compassion really is. Cause was she's a massive supporter, and like she supports everyone else, all of us kids, but doesn't like support herself at all. And it's like I'm like showing her that awareness of like, Mom, you know, I love you, like thank you for this and whatnot. And like she's able to like reflect on that. And like I see her like sometimes she's like, I love you too. She's like, that's like hard to say it. And and that's allowing her to like get more in touch with her heart center to actually feel who she authentically truly is, to where then she can actually express that and like authentic love. And like um some of the ways like she's always been like a super giver at Christmas, like supporting everyone else. What do you need? What do you need? Like thousands of dollars, all these presents and everything. And like, and she's pretty poor herself, and but she's spending all this money on everyone else. And like, and this year is the first year actually, like she's actually shifted and she's totally like supporting herself. And she's like, I don't even know if she like, I mean, like put up a Christmas tree at her house or whatever, because it's only her house there. And like, um, she's like just like saving the money, like understands that like, you know, she's almost retired, and like she should be about like supporting herself and not trying to like give to everyone else, but not give to herself. So it's like a great thing. So she can actually like support herself, so she can be authentic, to be able to like give freely, like out of her own heart, instead of like out of where her mind's trying to tell her that's where to get love. Like buy them presents. Well, yeah, no, like it's like, so I can understand that about like weaponizing love, and like love can also be weaponized and can be used the right way. It's all about our awareness and how to like embody it correctly, and to like use it correctly, and to like and to speak it, and actually to be it, to be the love, you know, to really authentically be it. Like, and that's where they can feel it, and they are like they make the change then when you live who you are authentically.
Yeah, true that, man. Margarita, you got any questions? You got any other questions you want to follow through? I'm not, yeah. Lead it.
Yeah, so I don't know, maybe one or two actionable steps or techniques that helps you with, you know, being authentic or just coming into you. Like, what do you do in those moments when you hear that negative talk? Like, is there a couple steps that you take that help you jump out of it, or are you just like
Yeah.
you're so good now that you're like self-cleaning oven at this point, or like what steps did you take?
No, it's the same thing every single time. I feel the same fear that everybody feels before going on a live, before doing anything in your life. Fear doesn't leave me, but I do identify with the fear differently. Like I've learned to see the in my experience the benefit of facing fear. Like it makes you fearless. It breeds you confidence. When you can face your fear, whatever you're going through, it breeds confidence because you face the fear, and no matter what the result is, you know you survived it and got through it. So like the first time you face your fear, you survive it. It's like, all right, if I survived it once, I can survive it again. And then that turns into thriving. You learn how to thrive. You survive it if you learn how to thrive. So it's like I think about that, and I don't know where I was going with it, but yeah, ground me again on the question. I started tail off on something else right there.
Yeah,
I didn't want to take it away.
the steps that you take to help you either get grounded in your authenticity or to stop the
Oh,
negative chatter that comes up.
yeah, you get to deal with it. Like that's what I was going. Thank you for that, Margarita. See, great support, great friends. It's okay to not be perfect. Um,
Mhm.
Uh,
it's just coming in and thinking about it. Like right now, yeah, I think this message is for somebody else. Somebody else has got something to say in this room about it because it's not coming through me right now.
Cool.
So go ahead, who's ever meant to share
I
about this
love your
subject.
authenticity. That's what authenticity looks like, folks. Right there. Prime
Yeah.
example, right? Being
I don't
honest
have
in
all
the
the
moment
answers. Face your fears. That's
instead
what
of
that's what
fluffing
keeps
up,
getting in the way.
yeah, instead of fluffing up some or coming up with some story that wasn't true, you moved the baton and said, "Hey, nothing's coming from me." And that's authentic and that's honest and that's like how much power is there, right? You don't feel like you gave away your power. You feel like you got power by saying, "Hey, right?
Yeah, I'm not afraid. I can come back in and see that's just the thing. This is a perfect example, Margarita, because it's in that moment. I could be experiencing fear of feeling like a fool, fear of looking like I don't know what I'm talking about, fear of looking like I don't have the real experience. But it's like that's what I'm a pro at, is that the fear of these, whatever the perception will be after this moment of losing my moment, my control of my mind for a second, is okay, because I've been in this moment before and I will face another fear again. There's another fear waiting for me around the corner. There's a fear of am I going to help the right person? Am I going to find the right person? Am I going to be able to pay my, there's just so many fears. And what you get to do, whoever it is that's listening, make no mistake, you are going to have to face fear on a regular. You're going to have to look at the man or woman in the mirror and I really think about what you're afraid about. And then you're going to have to speak life into yourself. You're going to have to acknowledge yourself. You get to look in the mirror and say, you know what? I'm afraid. I'm scared shitless, but I'm going to do it anyways. We have a saying for that in our trainings, but it's like you get to face the fear no matter what, because you can't run from it. There's no way around it. Step through it. Make no mistake. You're gonna learn to accept yourself, accept others, be grateful, learn how to rise up and take a stand. And then you're gonna have to stand against what? The fears of inadequacy, the fear of having to speak and say what you truly believe in front of people. The fear to know that, hey, I don't know who I am and I'm figuring that out and that's okay. The fear to not have the right words, the fear to not have the right education, the fear to not have the right partner, the fear to not be in the right environment. You're going to be facing these fears throughout your whole entire life, every single day. The fear of losing somebody. That's when shit gets real. So start coming on when you see something like that and you stand against something and you're like, oh, I got to do it again. Yes, you do. Because that's what, give yourself over to the process, give yourself to the experience of life and realize that this fear is just going to sit on your chest and slap you in the back of the head every chance that it gets, because you're not taking it head on. You're not stepping through it. You're letting it cover you and you're letting it wear on you. So it's like, you got to understand that this road is tough. That's why you got to learn to stand. If you can learn to stand, then you can start to take some hits and you can see you don't go down. And you can learn from just standing the first time to going from not going down to getting knocked down to getting back up to learning how to be more resilient and get up quicker. And then to master so that no, you can just dodge and you can see it coming a mile away. There's levels to this shit. But you get to step through the fear over and over and over again. You get to live your human experience over and over and over again. You can plan the best, but you still get a test. And no matter what, there's another test waiting for you right after that. Right after you pass that one, your next level's waiting for you. And it's a challenge, and it's going to be facing a fear. It's going to be getting out of your own way and saying, you know what? I don't know. I'm not an educated speaker. I've only been speaking for whatever, or I've only been learning for whatever. I barely became a certified coach for whatever it is that you're going through in these beginner stages. Like, get used to it. Stop listening to the people that tell you that you can just, get yourself through it some other type of way. Sometimes accepting yourself is accepting that you're weak right now and you get to be strong. There's different kinds of acceptance. But no matter what, it's just acceptance. Who's going to handle this if I don't? Somebody else that's going to blame, shame, and guilt me for it, or say that I owe them something? Or I'm just going to let life pass and not do anything about it? And it's like, wake up. That's part of waking up and accepting yourself and standing up. Once you stand up, you may not feel completely awake, but you're awake enough to start facing your freaking fears and to not go down and stay down anymore. If you stood once, you can stand again. And you get to do it every single day. So don't think that it's not. Even when it's great, you can have the best of times and the worst of times. I can tell you from successes, when you hit those mountaintops, there's still going to be bad shit going on. And you're going to have to be able to handle it, because that's what people with purpose do. People with their identity and knowing themselves do. They handle the stuff in front of them because they know that's what made them who they are. And that's how they got their identity. Because that's what you're going to get. On the other side of your fear is your fortune. On the other side of your fear is your identity and what you are truly made for on this earth. Because when you face your fear, it's the thing that's coming against you the most. It's your resistance, and you get to be the persistence. You get to be the permission for others, and you get to fight over and over and over again, whether it's mentally, emotionally, spiritually. You have to lean into it and accept that. So there is an acceptance after you stand for yourself. Accept that the road's going to be hard. Accept that you don't know who it is, but accept that you got the community around you. because shit's going to get thick. I don't want anybody thinking that they're going to beat depression and they're just going to, use acceptance or the first 4 steps and that's going to be it. No, there's another level, but that's another webinar. Just get to standing first and then reach out to Margarita, to Patrick, to Jen, to me, and say, hey, I want to go the next step further. Now that I'm standing, I need somebody to stand with me. I don't know if it's a holistic coach, a business coach, a life coach, or what type of life coach there is that I need, but or an authenticity coach or somebody to get through mental health, whatever it is, take a stand for yourself. Get one of these coaches that are right here. Reach out to us. Margarita will put information wherever it goes. Wherever you see this replays, send a message. We'll figure it out. And you get to learn how to face the fears with somebody over and over and over again. And you get to re-strategize over and over and over again. And you get to solve another problem over and over and over again. I don't want to beat it down, guys, but yeah, accept it and take it on and live your life like a champion. Don't go out there expecting to lose. Go out there expecting to win every single day. Just because you can breathe and you know how to stand. And you got somebody standing with you, you're going to be okay. But it's going to be tough.
I love you, Henry. You're like, this question's for someone else because nothing's landing for me. And you just totally killed it. I love it. And the takeaways I had was take a stand for yourself. And the other side of fear is your fortune. I love those little takeaways. Jan, is there anything that is on your heart you want to share? Of authenticity? Like, what does it look like for you? Is it something that you take on now moving forward from our container?
So as far as authenticity, like I feel like that is one of the hardest parts for us to communicate to other humans because we are so afraid of showing up as ourselves. We all tend to wear a mask because we feel like we'll be judged for the real person that we are. And being a vulnerable human and talking about your own shit is the way that other people relate to you. Like, nothing has to be done perfect. Nothing. And it's human to mess up. But just showing up, like, that's all you really have to do, and just be true in the things that you're dealing with and sharing with others. It allows you to connect with others, and we are so disconnected from everybody right now, just with social media and mobile phones and video games. Like, the real human experience is connecting and loving, and any way that you can do that, like just really showing up and getting that connection with somebody else. I mean, that's especially around the holidays too. Like, just think about how much better you can make somebody's holiday to just ask them how they're doing. Somebody that you haven't even spoken to in a while.
Yeah, I agree.
I love what you said, showing up. It's just as simple as showing up. You don't even have to say anything. Like what you said, Henry, just sit. I just sit with you in this space. We don't have to talk.
Yeah.
And so many times our nature is to want to fix it for somebody. And sometimes people don't want you to do that. They just want to they just want you to hold the bucket for them while they just word vomit their story. And having the space and like, how honoring is it for you to be that safe space for someone that they could be open and vulnerable that way with you and know that you're not going to judge them or criticize them for it. And at least I'm hoping, and if you don't, find someone, that one person, all you need is one person that you trust that is not going to judge you And maybe even preface it by saying, hey, I want to share something that's really hard to share. And I'm worried about getting judged. And it stopped me from sharing it. That's what authenticity sounds like. Getting into the truth of like, hey, there's something in my heart that I want to share, but I'm worried that you'll throw it again, like you'll use it against me later in the future. That's authentic. Hey, I'm worried that if I tell you the story that you're going to think differently of me. That I want to share it because it's something I'm struggling with and I don't want it to define me.
Yeah.
Right. And so, like, are
Release
you
it.
that person for someone? And if
Yeah.
you're not, why? What's the story there? Right.
Several people. Yeah.
So if you, yeah. And if so, and I'm realizing be what you want to get in the world. So I get to be that for someone.
Yeah.
Because
You get to
then I'll know what
practice
it
this stuff.
looks like. Yeah. Practice. And I loved how you were very rigorous in landing that message. It's not going to be, you're never going to reach a place of plateau. You're never going to reach, and you, nor do you want to. Because then it
Yeah.
just shows that there's no growth anymore if you stay in this plateau. And that's what challenges and fears get you through past that, to catch that next level, your next cut. Like early in the
Yeah.
call, we were talking about 10-10 relationships. And I remember our friend Paula, how she so beautifully stated about, are you a 10 out of 10? Like there's no room for, are you really? Like, then you're not giving yourself room for your next cut and to grow. So that's great that you're a 10 out of 10, but how can you create more now? How can you create another 10 from that? It's not about going backwards, it's about going, you're at the 10, now go to 20. Now go to 30. Because there's always a next level, right? I'm a 50 out of 50.
Yeah. Like, what is that like? That's dancing on stars right there.
It's bullshit is what it is. And that's something that I've been struggling with is like what does it look like for me to have a 10 out of 10? Right. And it's all those things that we've all discussed on this call: acceptance, gratitude, 100% responsibility.
Yeah.
Right. Like I had
Yeah.
a hard time with that responsibility one. I'm like, I'm not responsible for this guy's crap. I was like, but if
Yeah.
I think about it deep enough, I realize, holy crap, the way of my being up until now created this scenario. So I am responsible.
Yeah. Yeah, don't claim being irresponsible, or don't step away from taking responsibility, because you're just giving your power away. That's the quickest way to stay depressed, is to give your power away and to not make choices. That's the way to keep staying the way that you've been. And it's like, how if I can't do any of the steps that Margarita, Henry Patrick, and Jen shared? And it's like, just don't keep doing the same stuff that you're doing. It's insanity. We all know how that goes. We know the talk on that. Like, let's just stop the bullshit already, and let's just reach out and accept yourself, because it's always going to be like that. I'm glad that I had that honest moment right now where words escape me, and I had to give myself grace instantly. Like, I want people to really land and see that it doesn't stop. You get to keep doing it in your life over and over again, whether you're an authentic master or a master coach of some sorts. Like, you're going to have these moments where you're going to show up. You're going to have to show up, or you're going to fall apart and be depressed. I could easily be sad in this moment, but I gave it away. I accepted myself in the grace of the great people that are on stage with me, and I trusted it. And then she gave me the space and triggered a thought for me to be able to get the thought that was out. I'm thinking of you. I was honestly thinking of everybody at the time right now. It's like, okay, gave them 4 steps out of authenticity, maybe 5 if they want to call it that. Well, the next step is I want them just to get to standing, because the next step is facing the fear, and then choosing faith over fear, and then really making seeing a bigger vision. Like, there's another way to go. And I want to make sure that we're able to support people with all the information, and that there's the time to give them the next steps. Because yeah, I could fill another hour of content. We can, with the next steps of repetition and mastery and that next level stuff. But I want the people that are watching to know that that next level stuff beyond just standing for yourself is here in this Zoom right here with Margarita, Patrick, and Jen. They can get you through, or it can support you to figure out so you can get yourself where you need to go. And I just want to make sure that whoever's watching, don't take this as just information that you put down. Look at the people in front of you, really accept the help, and then reach out to somebody and start getting to your next step. Like, just stop doing it alone. Like, it's great to have these people in these moments that can support you. You think Margarita's mad at me that I ruined her show because I lost my train of thought for 30 seconds? Like,
perfect.
no way. Yeah, purpose.
You totally displayed authenticity, right? And it's like, it's okay. It's not a bad thing. It's a human thing. It's a human thing. And so many times I feel like, for me, being here on screen, showing up, was something that I had what we call a nerd, right? Like, my limiting belief. I'm not the expert.
Yeah.
What makes me the expert? I'm an imposter. I don't have all the accolades or certificates or degrees that person. There I go, comparing myself again, right? Don't compare yourself to others. They're all going through their journey at their own space. And I realized how many people also struggle with the same identity of imposter syndrome, not feeling like the expert. And if I waited till I had all those things that I thought I needed to align myself to be an expert, I wouldn't be here today. And you know what created the shift in me was knowing that it's not about me, that my message was, and my purpose is outside of me, because I'm here to speak to you and saying, hey, I understand you. I am you, and I've gone through it too. And it's safe. It's safe when you just show up as yourself and say, hey, I'm scared to do this. Like, the only reason I'm not nervous on these calls is because I'm not making it about me.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about you guys. I'm thinking about how my message is going to land to create a shift in your perception and perspective of what you've been doing up until now that's not working. And I love that you said that. It's like you keep doing the same thing over and over, expecting it to yield different results, and you already know it doesn't work for you. So the only thing that is different is that thing that makes you feel uncomfortable, that little thing that like you're so afraid of. It's on the other side of fear is where your fortune is. I love that. I'm gonna always use that. And and just trusting the process was another big one for me. Just trusting myself, that my purpose for the pain that I went through, the purpose for the struggles that I went through, was out greater than me. And once I stopped making it about myself, I was able to show up authentically, imperfect, and all the beauty of it. Like today, last night I drank and I got to a place of, I was victim. I was the whole story. And I wanted to call everybody today to cancel today's call, because that was the old me of being victim and making me wrong and self beat up. And I sat with it for like a couple minutes. I was like, okay, self beat up, you feel bad, but like, shoot, that's not the game you're playing anymore. I have something I know that I didn't know then. Is it a choice? It's a choice. So I chose in that moment to give myself grace and say, hey, you are your word. Because if I were to cancel this, you guys would not trust me. And that's the story that I have. That I'm not, like nobody trusts me. Well, I created that on my own, right? And so now I'm seeing my pattern, and that was my pattern. Something went bad, and so I cancel everything, and I stop showing up, and I or I don't go to the party, or I don't go to my friend's baby shower. And it's like they see that as me not loving them, as opposed to me being self beat up, feeling unworthy.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting for how it shifted for me when I started thinking outward and not making it about me. The uncomfortable part is not about me. And once I stopped making it about me, I realized there was power there for me anyways to show up authentically, because that gives people permission. I've noticed that when people show up authentically, like you did, Henry, in the moment, it gives people permission, saying, oh my gosh, this guy who looks like he's got his shit together had a human moment. He's not a robot. He's not AI. He's for real.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
right? And so like this whole thing, this whole how long we've been here, 3, 4 hours, I didn't prepare for anything because I was already in the defeatist mode. I didn't prepare for anything. I just knew that I wanted to talk about coming home, authenticity, and depression. It's at the holidays to support. And I just trusted that whatever came up organically was what was meant to land, the message that was meant to be shared. So
Yep.
I honor you and I thank you for showing up for
Yeah,
me.
thank you, Margarita. Thank you for creating this space and creating a message authentically um, for people to get through the holidays on. You know, it's tough out there, and just the fact that you're thinking of people like that in that way, people that you can't see, and you're thinking of somebody you haven't met, is just a testament to your heart and the space that you created, and you facing your fears and doing exactly. You're not just talking about it; you're being about it. So it's like I love you for this space, and I thank you for inviting me to be here and share 90 minutes with you, and just with the possibility of changing a life, or no matter what, I know that there's a better bond that's been grown between us here on this stage. So it's like, thank you for it. I look forward to the next one. You know, we can go deeper into the repetition and the fear and the mastery of getting it, because make no mistake, you don't master it the first time. And I would love, I just love the work that you're doing and the message that you're creating, and being a source for people out there. So thank you, Margarita, for your big heart and all the love you're giving today, the love for yourself and everybody else. So thank you.
Thank you. And can you imagine me being selfish and keeping it from you guys still?
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Like,
Yeah.
no, I can't. And I invited Jen here to talk on to share her breath work. And I just wanted to give you the stage now to see like share your love for the breath work. Maybe if it even is something that can be done, maybe give us a little taste of what do a breath work that you can and help us end this beautiful love fest that we had here today.
The love fest. Absolutely, yes. So, do you just want me to go into a breath work, or do you want me to talk a little bit about like trauma imprints, or all
Yes,
right.
that.
Perfect. So, trauma is something that not only permeates in your brain, but it also is trapped in your body. So, when you have trauma, and a lot of people, they think, I went through childhood, I had a pretty okay childhood, I don't have any trauma. That is false. Everybody has trauma. You wouldn't even think about it. You wouldn't even know. It could be something as small as you were 6 years old and you wanted your mom to read you a book and she said, I don't have time right now, go over there. Your brain registers that as I'm not wanted, I'm not loved. And it creates a trauma imprint. And then the next time you go and you want to play with your friend and they say, nah, I don't want to play today. And that reinforces the imprint. And then you start going through life with more and more evidence that you were unloved, that you were unwanted. And these are just examples. It could be anything under the sun, like it's some people have gone through way worse. They've been abused, they've been abandoned. These are all things that stay within the body, and then they show up as anxiety, as overwhelm. It shows up in your body. It could be diseases, cancer. The brain is so powerful that it can manifest things that you are not even genetically predisposed to. So if you are not releasing that or coming to terms and acknowledging your emotions, it stays in the body. And like with me, like I was having those panic attacks. So there are different ways. It's not, it's a good news that you are able to release these things. It's not like you're gonna die tomorrow, you know? So that's where breath work and hypnotherapy come in for me. So breath work, it does release things both in the mind and the body. Hypnotherapy, you really take hold of that subconscious mind, because if your subconscious mind and your conscious mind are not aligned, things are not going to get done. You set goals in your conscious mind, but if your subconscious mind is not on board with that, you're not going to hit the goals, or you'll hit them and never be able to hit them again. So you have to really make sure that your body and mind and everything in between are in alignment. So with breath work, what we're doing is we're increasing the oxygen to our whole body, throughout our cells, throughout our blood, the blood flow to our brain. And that blood that flow to our brain, you know, when we go into a panic attack or we have anxiety, we're not getting blood to our brain. That's part of the reason why it spirals into this big thing, is because you start to take these shallow little breaths in the top of your chest, or you hold your breath and completely cut off all that supply. So when we increase all of the oxygen to the parts of our bodies that we've been basically not even paying attention to, and not providing that vital source of oxygen to for so long, we go from that constant fight or flight response to a parasympathetic rest and digest. And we get back into our body. We bring our brains back into consciously into our body.
Mm-hmm.
And just having that awareness, that can pull you right out of an anxiety attack. To really slowing down your breathing, even just doing a 4 count in and a 4 count out. So if you just want to do a mini one with me, let's sit in your chair, get nice and comfortable, and just inhale in 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale 1, 2, 3, 4. And out through your mouth 1, 2, 3, 4. You do that a few times, and then just notice what's around you. Notice what you hear. Notice what you're able to feel. Like, feel the fingertips with your thumbs, the little ridges. Feel your bottom sitting in the chair, or your feet grounded on the floor. What can you smell?
Hmm.
And that just brings your brain, because part of anxiety is being too into the future. It brings you back into this present moment and into your body. And just noticing what you notice. Immediately snapping out of it in most cases. Now, Margarita, do you want me to go into a longer one, or do you want to just do a short one like that?
We have time to share which one's in your heart right now you feel is relevant to the topics that we've had today.
I mean, I'm always down for breath work because I just think it's so amazing.
That's why I love you, Jen. I love you for that. Giving generosity. See, this is giving generosity, my friend. This is why I love you guys so much.
All right. Well, so one of the easiest ways to activate is to breathe in through our mouth, taking 2 breaths in. So we focus first on taking a breath into our belly and then into our chest. And then we do a relaxing exhale, letting go. So I do want to preface this with one thing too. Before we actually get into it, if anybody has any cardiac issues, seizures, they're pregnant, you don't want to go too heavy into this, because this activation, it can cause dizziness and tingling, and for some people, they might even get what's called tetany, where their hands cramp up like little lobster claws. So if there are any major medical conditions, you can still do this. Just try not to do it too fast, too quickly. Just kind of slow it down a little bit. But again, so we're taking 2 breaths in, belly, chest, then relaxing, letting go. So it kind of looks like this. Let's see if I can get this. This is called hyperoxygenation. I can't even talk right today. So it's not hyperventilation, it's hyperoxygenation. So we're getting the blood flow, we're picking it up. We just want to make sure that our breath is faster than we would breathe at a normal pace. So we're going to do this. And once we get into that activation phase, so it usually I do these for like 45 minutes, but we're not going to do it that long. But when you get into an activation phase, or after a little bit of time, it usually takes about 5 minutes, you start to get this euphoric feeling and this feeling of being connected with the universe or source energy, and the feeling that you can do anything. So that's why I really like it, because it kind of opens up the possibilities of your mind. And then the other thing I do want to preface before we start is that you want to kind of be leaned back in your chair. You don't want to be standing for any of this, because again, it can cause you to be dizzy. And you don't want to have anything behind your head that causes you to kind of have your chin to your chest, because then you're just cutting off your air supply. You don't want that. All right. We'll go ahead and get started. And we're going to take those 2 breaths. Inhale, inhale, exhale. All right. And here we go. And as you continue to do this, just go ahead and set an intention in your head. of something that you want to call more of into your life. Something that you love having. And then set another intention of something that you want to get rid of. Something that's been plaguing you, that you are ready to release. And set that intention that that thing that's been holding you back no longer has a hold on you after today. And your mind might already be trying to talk you out of it. It might be telling you that this is hard, that you don't need to go as fast, that you need to use the restroom. Just have that full intention that you came here to do the work, that you came here to push through. That you're here for a reason, and that's to let go. All you got to do is get out of your own way. Just don't give in. Each breath a little bit deeper than the one before it. Each breath earning the right to awaken, to transcend beyond the illusion, the lack of limitation. Let's activate that inner knowing. And staying with that deep breath. It doesn't matter where the air goes, just as long as you're getting that expansion into your belly. It just takes going into the discomfort and letting it be what it is without resistance. And when we came into this world, we came in a blank state. We had no beliefs, no perceptions, no programs or conditions, just full of curiosity and wonder. And as you breathe, just go back to this place and really feel that purity, that innocence. That as your mind was developing, sponging up all that information around you, that's when the programs began to take hold, began to take root. All of your experiences shaping your mind to create a pattern for what society deems as normal. But what is normal? It's just a version of reality that was created, giving us something to compare ourselves against, causing the majority of us to not feel normal. Hardwiring those programs so much with what other people think about us, a program that gives other people control over our lives. This is the first lie. The first program that we need to rewrite. The constant fear of what everyone else thinks. So as you breathe, remind yourself that you are the one in control of your own life and let go of that fear. Step out of the biggest prison that you can possibly live in and set yourself free. It's normal to feel. And whatever comes up while you're doing this breath work, whether it's pain, whether it's discomfort, whether it's tears, just let it happen, because that is the energy releasing from your body that's been stuck there for so long. The key to awakening, it can be as simple as creating a shift in your perception, how you see the world and your connection to it. And once you begin to understand that every thought is a frequency, whether it be hate, love, every emotion, every feeling, even your perceptions are frequencies. If you have the perception that you are small and have no power, that's a frequency. That's a vibration. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. You're going to live life as a small version of yourself with no power. Always thinking that you need to fix yourself. And those in control of the information controls that perception. When perception is controlled, behavior is controlled. To keep us ignorant of the reality of who we really are. But not anymore, not today. Today we shift our perception. Let's fix this broken program. What's the new perception that you can create that will activate your power and your potential? You are the spark of your creator. Your conscious awareness. Awake. New perception, new reality, new vibrational band of frequencies. The death of the old you. The birth of the powerful I am. And now you are in a position to manifest a life outside of that program, that construct, outside of the illusion. You can control this perception. Change your perception, change your reality. Change the perception, change the fucking world. Are you starting to feel activated? Are you starting to feel that in your body? I'm not selling you on some idea. Remember how powerful you really are. How powerful the mind is. Stay with the rhythm. Waking up can be a painful process, but it can also be liberating. So if you're uncomfortable right now, lean in. And here we are at our first choice. Now we get to decide, do we want to live out the rest of our years asleep, controlled and manipulated by a system that doesn't have our best interests at heart? Or are we ready to wake up? Are we ready to break free? Are we ready to graduate to the next level of human existence? On my count, we're going to take a deep breath in and we're going to hold it in at the top. And when we let go, we will do a massive energy release. This can be a scream out loud, a silent scream, a scream into a pillow, or just the imagining of all that energy, all that negative stuck crap just exploding like an atom bomb from our body. And this will be the moment that we wake up. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, big breath in, hold it in. We're told we're limited. We're told we need to fall in line. We're told certain things aren't possible. We're told that you don't do this, you will get in trouble. We're told that we cannot turn back. From cradle to grave, we're downloading a perception of normal, which is nonsense, manipulated by each other, manipulated by people outside of us, manipulating the information through the media to hijack our perception, ridiculed, having opinions outside of the mainstream narrative. No more. We are ready to rise. We're ready to show our power. And in 3, 2, 1, we're going to do a massive energy release and go. Let it go. That's right. And just shift your breathing to your nose. Taking nice deep inhales. Feeling the feelings that you're feeling the energy flowing through your body. Staying activated means staying connected to your subconscious. So let's anchor it in. Continuing to take those nice breaths, deep breaths through your nose. Feeling awakened. And right now you are in a subconscious state. So we're going to take advantage of that receptivity with an open mind. So here's what you're going to do. I want you to recall a time in your life. It doesn't matter how old you were or where you were. Just go back to a time in your life, as far back as you need to, and tap into a memory where you felt fully in power. Not controlled by anything external, just filled up with hope and optimism and an inner knowing that you were in control of your life. And if nothing's coming up, just use this moment right now. And when you have it, feel it. Step into it. See what you saw then. See what you felt. Where are you in this moment of power?
What are you doing? Who are you with? What are the details? Just see it, feel it. And I want you to imagine that whole experience of aliveness as a bright white bubble of light right in front of your face, just barely touching your nose. And when I say go, I want you to purse your lips and take one nice big inhale as if you're drinking through a straw. And I want you to see in your mind's eye as if you're pulling that bubble of white light of aliveness, that energy deep into your lungs. And then when you've taken it all in, you're going to hold your breath. Are you ready? In 3, 2, 1, purse lips. Nice big inhale, pulling that light bubble deep into your lungs. And when you can't pull in any more air, just hold it. Start to feel all the moments you felt in your power, aligned, activated, clear, come flooding into your body right now. Big moments, small moments, doesn't matter. Just feel it as the ultimate state of sovereignty. Feel it full and continue to hold. Let this feeling envelope your entire being from your fingers to your toes. Feel it viscerally. Keep holding, feeling it fully. And on this next release, big sigh out in 3, 2, 1. Same process. Just this time, I want you to pull up a memory from a time in your life where you felt free. Free from whatever greatest struggle you were up against before today's session. It should feel like a moment of inner freedom, lightheartedness. Maybe it feels like joy. Whatever it is, pull it into your awareness right now as it crystallizes and see the memory in the bright white bubble of light forming right in front of your face. And then on my count, you'll purse your lips again and take another nice big inhale through that straw, feeling that bubble pulling into your lungs and spreading throughout your entire body. Your whole body filled with this bright white light of freedom. In 3, 2, 1. And hold your breath. And with your breath in, just feel how good it feels to be free of all that chatter, the inner critic dormant. It's just you, present in your body, feeling a deep sense of inner peace and freedom. Freedom from the shackles of your mind, the pain of your past, free from all of it. Feel it deeply. Feel it fully. Feel it viscerally. And then with a big sigh, just let it go. Just feel that energy running through your body. Feel that connection to self, to source. Very good. And as you start to integrate back into the room, back into your body, move your fingers and toes, shift your position. And just take it slow. Open your eyes when you're ready.
That was my first time experiencing you in your element, Jen. That was so beautiful. It's so eloquent. I mean, oh my gosh, so beautiful. Anybody want to share their experience?
Definitely. I'm just trying to find the mute button there, but um yeah, I just felt like very authentically connected, man. Like just like brought back to that moment of the moment of where I was running a brotherhood of my 65 guys, and like, we were at this hotel, and we're all there, we're all celebrating in the hallway, we're all down the hallway, all being like excited, just being like, woo, man, like loving each other. And it was just very empowering. It felt super good. And I'm like, oh man, like authentic, and just felt connected, man. Like I'm like, man, that's who I am, dude. That's me. That's who I really am. Get out of myself's way and just just felt the goodness. Hmm.
Mhm.
Love it.
Hmm.
And so that was kind of just a preview. However, I am doing a longer breath work this weekend. If anybody wants to join in on that, I can send the link out to Margarita and she can disperse it. But I'm going to be doing one on Saturday from 8 to 9:30 Central Time in the morning.
Central Time.
Yeah.
Henry, you came off mute. Did you want to share?
Oh, yeah, I'm standing. I do breath work on a regular. I have a breath work coach. I came in here activated. So it's like, and I'm standing. I don't have anywhere to sit down in my office right now. I put the chairs away so I could stand for this, for this webinar. And yeah, definitely I was already activated, and just the guiding alone, um, just grounded me, tremendously. I'm able to lean in on the previous sessions and what my breathwork coaches taught me. And I've noticed the ability to activate becoming easier, and like almost being activated, consistently. And just to be able to drop in, it's like I definitely heard the experience in what you do, Jen. I can definitely tell you have, like, when given the time and with more than just 20 minutes, like I can see like that hour and a half on Saturday being amazing, because I love the breath work that you do. I love the type of breath work that is going on. And I just I endorse it so much for anybody that is that can't figure things out and doesn't know what they don't know. It's like breath work is an amazing way to find out without having to go through 10 years of therapy. Like one session can equal, a large amount of therapy just from doing breath work. And I'm a testament to it. So it's like anybody that can do that. It's so easy. Like you could sit here and you could try to dissect all of our methods that we came in, or the acceptance of yourself and love, or you can do all of that in an hour of a guided breath work that will take you along that journey of accepting yourself and accepting others and being grateful and standing for yourself. So if you're not figuring out how to do that on a regular basis, breath work is the perfect place for you to be able to start to experience it differently and start to know what you don't know, that it's already within you and there's nowhere to go, that nowhere you got to be. So it's like breath work. I love it, Jen. I love what you're doing. It's
Yeah.
powerful, and it's very beneficial, especially to men. Men, do the breath work. Bro, it'll get you through all that stuff very quickly. So yeah,
Yes.
breath work's the. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you for
I
doing
love
that.
what you said, because it's true, it's like breath work is the one thing that cuts through all the BS, and you don't have to know what that is
Mhm.
for it to be effective and to work. Like like I experienced the tingling, I experienced the uncomfortableness. I wanted to quit. Like right at the times that you were saying you're probably talking yourself out of it now. And then I started getting really cold, like where I was uncontrollably shaking how cold I was. And so it stopped me from being able to do the breath for a little while. But I was like, something's moving, right? Because my body temperature dropped. That means something energy is moving. And then I just started weeping. But it was because I was filled with so much gratitude for you, Jen. I was filled so much gratitude for this today, for this room, for where I am, and for you guys, and for the blessings to have been able to find this program to get me where I am today, to move that needle that I kept feeling broken, because I was like, I have all these aha moments and I'm in so many rooms. Why am I still getting in my own way? Well, because I realized I'm always going to be that person. I just get to choose to shift. And I think we spoke this earlier, but I love the breath work because it cuts through all that and it gets you to heal fast. Like Henry was saying, if you want to save 10 years worth of cost for a therapist, this is and there's so many different kinds of breath work. If this breath work was not something that aligns with you, there's so many other kind, and they're all just as beneficial. I know Tony Robbins does his, that he calls it priming, right, where he shows everybody the priming, and that's the same, like it was the same kind of breathing that you were showing us, Jen, right? It's like the fast, it's like the hyperoxygenation, as that you said it. I'm surprised I said that without stumbling. And so yeah, I realized like, oh my gosh, I am worthy. And I was crying because I had not felt that for so long. And I was crying because I was sad for the child in me that missed out in so many opportunities because I didn't show up. But what the one thing that really was overwhelming was I just felt so much gratitude and love. And I was just like overcome by it, that I was like sobbing. And I was just like, oh my gosh, Jen, thank you so much for this opportunity and for coming here and sharing it with on my stage, And so thank you so much for your giving generosity in that. And I want to honor everybody's time as it is, we are at time. And I just want to thank you all for coming and sharing your truths, what authenticity looks like, and steps that we can take to come home to us, so that we can be aligned with our true north. What our true north is, sometimes we know it and we just question it, and so trusting your instincts, trusting yourself, trusting your thoughts without judging and criticizing, just being curious as to what is that, why is that coming up, is it true, is it my story, right? So that gives us, those are the steps that I go through that helped me really understand what makes me tick. I was like, oh, why did I just say that? That came off, or why am I acting this way? I see I'm being triggered here because of this, and this is showing because of that. And so it's no longer blame, shame. It's just acknowledgement and going, okay, I don't want to wear that anymore. So I'll give it back to you here. Right. And there's power there. And this is what my intention was, to give you back the power of choice. Choose life. Choose you. You matter.
Oh, love it, Margarita. Love it, Margarita.
Thank
And
you,
I'm so
Margarita.
grateful for you for putting this on too. Thank you for having us.
That was actually my point, was to be a chooser, to be choose you. I never really spoke about my whole thing, but totally fine. Like, as to be a chooser, like to be a chooser of you. Absolutely. Choose life. And anyways, okay. Yeah.
You and I get to do a whole hour by ourselves. That's
There
what we
you
get
go.
to do.
Let's
Yeah?
do it.
You
Totally.
down? All
Totally.
right. Maybe we
Totally.
can drop in Henry too, because he's your brother from another mother. I love that.
He definitely is.
He's my ACL
Yeah.
brother. So is Jen, Henry.